So taking the 33% without a proper consultation, we're actually starting on the wrong foot with that the national development plan that we are still using now as regards to job creation and employment. And that is that. I'll start with what is labor statistics, because most times when we talk about labor statistics, the only thing people bring up is unemployment rate. And I'm here to tell us today that it's bigger than unemployment. It's far bigger than just take 5% or 4.1% and run with it and say, this is what MBS said. Not even this is what the data is saying. This is what MBS has said. Next slide. Okay, sorry, I have this. I'm not used to it. But
going for it.
Labor statistics is a body of official statistics that deals with work and other productive activity. Also collects information on workers, the characteristics of the labor market in general, and the way the labor market operates. It encompasses a wide range of topics and linked to many other bodies of official statistics, such as the economic statistics, education statistics, health statistics, and so on. It is a body that is concerned with the collection, analysis, and the organization, as well as interpretation of data about labor-related phenomena. So like I said, it's just bigger than unemployment rate. It is the study of labor in general. Job creation, employment situation, adequate employment, and recently one of the SDG goals, the decent work situation of a country. It represents a part of official national statistics. So we should be treating labor statistics the way we treat GDP as well as inflation. Focus on labor market generally. Our focus here is labor market and the labor supply as well as the labor demand. The value of labor statistics lies in the analysis and interpretation made of them. And that is why the reason why we are here today. To also talk to the number, to try to interpret the number to ourselves, to probably get a better understanding and for better policy making going forward. Labor statistics are in two phases: the demand aspect of labor as well as the supply component. The demand comprises of issues like what are the number of enterprises we have, what are the number of businesses we have in the country, what is the employment capacity of these businesses, what are the businesses that belong to private sectors, what are the businesses that belong to the public sectors, what are the jobs that are available, and what are the skills that is required of employers. Do we have people with this set of skills? And that is why labor statistics should also be used in education, especially in terms of developing skills, for people to be employable at the end of the day. And lastly, about vacancy. What are the jobs that are available for people to take up? And if we are able to identify this job, do we have people with this required skill to take up such jobs? And this kind of information comes from a study like the job creation survey that we were doing before in MBS, where we come up with number of jobs created. This has issue along the line because Nigeria is highly informal economy, and taking statistics of number of jobs created in a situation where we have this high number of informal economy might be a bit difficult. But we are working on that. We engage the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics to guide us. But on the presence of absence of job creation survey, the labor household survey, labor force household survey takes care of the supply aspect of the labor market. And what are we looking at when it comes to labor supply is the employment. What is the employment situation? How many people are employed? What is the employment to population ratio? How many people work in the private sector? How many people work as a wage employee? And how many people work on their own businesses? We have the issue of unemployment. How many people are ready, available to take up job, but there's no job, and they are actively searching for that job? How many people are as well in the working age population, but they are not in labor force? We have those populations like the full-time students who are grown enough to take up a job, but because they are schooling. We have some people, full-time housewives, who are supposed to also be working and contributing to the economy, but they are unable to do that. So this constitutes the supply aspect of labor statistics. Some few uses of labor statistics include the macroeconomic monitoring in terms of the job crisis we are having, how many people are not having job in the country, not only in Nigeria. It affects a lot of other countries facing this kind of unemployment and decent job issues. Labor statistics help us to formulate, implement policies and programs on employment creation. And this is the problem here, because when somebody hears about labor statistics, like I mentioned, is how many jobs are we going to create? But we don't put into consideration what is the quality of this job we are creating. And that is why I always mention there is this job that was created some time ago that people were employed and they paid them 30,000 naira, I think about 6 months, and what do you call it? Aver. Can we say this is a quality job? Because there's no social protection. It's not pensionable. But these are the kind of jobs that we come out and say, yes, we have created job. So we need to study job beyond just creating the job for creating sake. But what is the quality? How does it impact the life of people that are actually in this kind of employment? Help us to formulate policies also on the human resources development. I mentioned what are the kind of skills required, what is the skill gap, what are the jobs available, and what are people being trained on to develop their skills going forward. Poverty reduction is a very important use. Labor statistics is very important in reducing poverty. And yes, when you have a good job, there's likelihood that you are not going to be poor. But that is not the case in a lot of African countries. A lot of people are working and they still remain poor. The next set of slides will show us that working or being in employment does not really have a significant effect on whether one is above poverty line or is below poverty line. Also, we guide us on income support and social assistance program. We don't have this in Nigeria, but in some advanced country, you have unemployment benefit, where people who are not employed go to register and they are entitled to some benefits based on the time they get a job. This is also not possible in Nigeria because we are highly informal. Also, labor statistics will help us to monitor progress towards the attainment of the SDG Goal 8 decent work agenda. Where do we even get this data, the labor statistics data we're talking about? As NBS, we are into surveys, and surveys require taking samples, and surveys is cheaper to implement. But there are sometimes we can get information on labor statistics from census. But census are not frequent, and they are not conducted all the time. And there's limits to the number of questions and indicators that can be generated from census data, because you have a lot of topics to cover. So also surveys help us to gather more information about various topics, from participation rate to employment population ratio to the percentage of youths that are not in education, not in employment, and not in any form of training to develop their skill. Also, survey that MBS conduct is cheaper, and we are able to conduct it on a very frequent basis. We are committed to produce labor statistics on a quarterly basis, and that is because it's cheaper. Census will not be done until after 10 years, and it means we are just going to have one labor statistics figure and we wait. So we can't wait. No country wait actually to do that. Even though surveys come with some sampling error, but as a statistician, there's a way we manage this. Also, information on the labor statistics can also be obtained from business enterprise surveys. And like I said, the job creation survey that NBS normally do covers information like number of jobs created, number of vacancy, the skill gap, and so on and so forth. We also have sources from administrative data, which may not be for statistical purposes, but it also helps to shed more light on the situation of labor. We have a lot of information from NAPTIP that has to do with trafficking, forced labor, and other indecent kind of situation for work. And it's very useful when we don't have a frequent survey. So these are the four major sources of labor statistics, but we also have others. Like we can derive the labor input to GDP from from the national account statistics. So for us to know how many people are actually doing this work that produce this the GDP value. I will talk briefly on the major three characteristics of labor statistics, and the first one is that labor statistics are official statistics. They are part of other statistics that will collect or that will compare to assess the health of an economy, to assess the health of a country. And generally, labor statistics are produced by NSOs. In Africa, outside Africa, the National Statistics Office are the ones in charge of production of these statistics. The institution in charge of labor statistics should be part of government. Yes, we are part of government. But we also try as much as possible to maintain independence, to maintain that full autonomy, because we don't want government policy to affect the data. But we want our data to affect the policy, because that's how it should be. It should not be that we are trying to streamline or design our statistics to follow the policy, but statistics should inform. Our policy should be taken based on the statistics that is available as mentioned by the moderator. Refers to productive activity. So mostly when we are talking of labor statistics, we are talking about those kind of work that generate income. Also, sometimes it covers all form of work, but the main focus of labor statistics is employment work. So I will get to what is employment work and what is not employment work in the next slide. Labor statistics is actually multidimensional in nature. So you don't take just labor statistics in isolation. It has to be analyzed. It has to be studied along with inflation, along with GDP, along with all that external factors in the country. Labor market at macro and macro level is also very important, which means the employment situation of individual as well as the employment situation of the country at large. Like I said, I'm going to talk through what is work and what is employment. I would like to tell us today that work or statistics of work and statistics of employment are not totally the same as it was adopted in 2013 at the International Conference of Labour Statisticians, where they define work and they define employment. Previously, the definition was agreed upon at the ICLS of 1982, but because at some point the Labour Statisticians realized that there are some work that should not be called or regarded as employment going forward. Because the work that is not generating income is not unemployment. And people engage in different kind of work. And that is why now we are producing a separate statistics on subsistence agriculture. Because once you produce basically for consumption, then it's not unemployment. The next some slides also will take us through what is the definition, the proper definition of employment. But the revision in 2013 was necessitated to respond to limitation of unemployment statistics, also to provide broader measures of labor underutilization beyond unemployment. There are other several measures of labor underutilization that is not unemployment that we should focus on, or not only to produce jobs. What of those that are working? What are they doing? Where are they working? And what is the income associated with that job? Can we actually refer to those jobs as a decent work, as mentioned by the SDG? Also to recognize all work, paid and unpaid. We should be able to recognize all work, then from there, we take the one that is employment and the one that are not employment. This helps us to address gender bias in work statistics. You will agree with me that women do a lot of work. Yeah, they do a lot of work, but they don't get paid for that. How do we measure this type of work? So the ICLS 19 resolution actually addressed a lot of that. Sorry, how do I go back to this?
Just turn around.
So this is the official definition of work. It's any activity performed by persons of any sex and age to produce goods and provide services for use by others or for own personal use. This is different from employment, because work does not mean employment, like I mentioned before. And employment was agreed, and this is the definition of employment, defined as all those of working age who during a short reference period were engaged in any activity to produce goods and services for pay or for profit. So you can see the difference, as once it has no benefit, then in form of payment, then we don't take that as employment. And it doesn't matter how small, how little. the number of time spent on this kind of work. Employed person at work who work in a job, even if it's as small as 1 hour. Employed person not at work due to temporary absence from the job or to working time arrangement. There are sometimes during this data collection, people are not at work, and but it doesn't mean they are unemployed. And this was the issue we had in during COVID-19. A lot of people were not at work, but they were not unemployed. It's not as if they were looking for a job. It's not as if they lost the job. But this is one of the reasons why we actually had to go back to the standard questionnaire, especially the section of that address people that are temporarily absent from their present job. Because COVID-19, using the previous questionnaire, put everybody out of labor, right? Because they were not going to work. But there was no question on whether do you have a job that you are going to return back to. And now the new questionnaire that we adopted has addressed all that. This is the brief framework of labor statistics, and it starts from the working age population 15 years and above, and divided into people in labor force and those that are outside labor force. Labor force are those populations that are ready and available to supply labor market with people, and they comprise of employed and unemployed persons. People outside labor force also have some group we call it potential labor force. These are the people that they are not seeking for job, maybe they lost interest. They've searched, but presently they are not seeking. But if a job becomes available, they are ready to take that job. Now, coming down to MBS. MBS has invested to improve labor market statistics and match our international standards, like we said. Even though collecting this data is among the most difficult tasks that statistics office around the world face, MBS has risen to that challenge, and we have adopted a system that collects data from January to December on labor market, and we try to analyze this data every quarter to tell the situation of labor in the country. What we have done includes changing the questionnaire to what suits the country best. Then we also adjust our sampling strategy. The organization of which fieldwork has changed, and we are able to collect data from almost 5 days every week. Why this has taken time and means that this means that comparison with previous labor data in Nigeria will not be possible, and that is what we are trying to correct going forward. That we are not saying unemployment rates move from 33% to 5% or 4%, but we are saying that this is the real situation using the internationally agreed methodology. So the justification for adopting it, like I said, is to ensure that we follow the international practice, best practices, and to ensure that we have a robust data production going forward. Also, this new standard will help us to address concerns of quality, data quality. We are free now to put our data online. If you visit the NADA website, we have the labor force data there. Anybody can download and analyze it. We are not hiding anything from the public going forward. Address question on seasonality. We all know that season affects labor statistics, and having data all year round can help us to address any effect of seasonality on our data. As we can see this in the last report that we released, our unemployment rate in the rural area actually went from 4 to 2, and we were like, what is happening? And this went from 2% to 4 rather, sorry. And this is double. And one of the things we saw is that data was collected after planting, which means a lot of farmers were not working, and they were just there, not doing anything. So this actually raise unemployment rate in the rural area by like 100%. We'll be able to eliminate gaps in the system going forward, and we'll be able to give other unmet need for employment that is beyond unemployment. These are the basic differences between the old methodology and the new methodology. The second point there is on the sampling. We have reviewed the sample size from the 33% to 35%. Data collection now is from Wednesday to Sundays, and we have been able to produce statistics on the own use production of goods and services. Unemployment is no longer people working less than 20 hours, but people that are not working at all, but they are available and are searching for work. Underemployment also now consists of persons that work between 1 to 39 hours, but they said they want to work more hours if the work becomes available. With the data we have and the new design, we are able to produce quarterly estimates at national level, and every year, at the end of the data collection year, we have state level disaggregation of labor market statistics. What have we improved in the data collection? For years, MBS has been using the computer-assisted personal interview method, which is the use of tablets, laptops, and Android phones to collect our data electronically, and this has greatly improved the quality of data coming from MBS, because we check this quality in real time and we are able to have a back and forth conversation with our enumerators on the field. Thanks to the National Population Commission, we now have a digitized map that is used for our primary sampling unit, and it aims to eradicate the use of paper map, and this is more precise and it doesn't get old. It's there. The face-to-face interview, that's what we have been using, and that's what we continue to use for our data collection. This is a data point from the Q4 and Q1 data that was collected 2022 and the Q1 of 2023. As we can see, data was collected all over the country, from Bayelsa up to Borno, up to Sokoto, and this actually comes from every part of the country. This slide is just to show us that, like I've said, working or employment does not guarantee being out of poverty, as there's no significance between these two. And the reason is high rate of informality in the country. Varies to like about 12% of Nigeria only work in a wage employment. Others have to find the means to take care of themselves, either they are engaged in farming, or they are in a non-farm enterprise owning their business, or they are learning a trade. How does Nigeria stand compared to other countries in terms of employment or unemployment and poverty? You can see Nigerian Republic has 0.7 unemployment rate, but the poverty rate is as high as 50%. So the argument that comes with, well, if you say unemployment rate is 5%, why do we still have a lot of poor people? And you can see it even in Ghana, 3.9% unemployment rate and 25% poverty rate. Nigeria currently we have 5% as at the last quarter that was released, and the last official poverty figure is 40%. This pattern are common when wage jobs are scarce. Sorry. Incomes are low and there's no social protection, or social protection is actually very scarce, like we have in Nigeria. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bakare. You were looking at me, I was giving you cues, several cues, and you did not take it. But why I allowed you for a while is because this is foundation. because these statistics which you've given to us right now form basis for our conversation in terms of the MBS trying to explain why there's a difference between work and employment and why 35,520 households were surveyed now. So let's quickly move into the next presentation, and I hope our next presenter will not take as much as this time because we'll have to get into our panel session. Some of our panelists, have other pressing things today. All right, to lead us with this second presentation titled Key Indicators and Trends, I guess that is what is on, unemployment rates, underemployment rates, labor force participation rates, and demographic breakdowns. Please, with a round of applause, as I invite to the stage Mrs. Abiola Arosanyin to take this presentation. She's the Assistant Chief Statistician at the NGX. Ma'am, I hope you don't be like your
Trust women. Thank you very much, Nancy. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, gentle ladies and gentlemen. I kept asking when they did not hand that gentle to the ladies. So good morning. I don't want to face Nancy so that I will not be calling 33,000 33%. It's better I face my audience. Let me quickly practice this. Okay, good. So I will take us straight to the Nigeria figure. What is it saying? Yeah, we've seen this figure online in a press release, but how did we arrive at this figure? I will quickly do justice to that. We have the labor force participation. The trend is there from quarter 4 2022 to what we have currently. How did we arrive at this? This is the percentage of all the employed persons in Nigeria, together with unemployed persons. That means all individuals 15 years and above that are employed, which include almost all of us here, as well as the unemployed, as expressed against the total working age population. So we have 77.8 as at quarter 4 2022, and as we stand is 79.5. If you look at the data very well, you will agree with me that in quarter 1 and quarter 2 2023, the figure increased. Then it's coming back again in quarter 3 2023. Please, let's follow the trend. The next one is the employment to population ratio. So out of the labor force participation, which I said combines the employed and the unemployed, this is the employment now. This is looking at all persons 15 years and above that are engaged in one activity or the other, either to produce goods or to provide service, but within a very short reference period, and either for pay or for profits. And we have the trend again from quarter 4 to quarter 3. And again, this is being expressed as a percentage of the working age population. Then the status in employment. My colleague was trying to emphasize on this. And I want to plead with the media when I get to this point to say, please pause. I won't use the word stop because we need you more than any person to talk about this. So I will say pause. What do I mean by pause? Pause on the headline unemployment figure. Let's shift our focus to something like this, to status in employment. Look at the figure that we have. Currently, we have people that are almost 90% of the people that have employment in Nigeria, they are self-employed, which will have been good for us if we have the good enabling environment. Yes, every day we come out to say people need to look inward, try to generate employment. But have you asked yourself, what type of employment are these people involved in? Here we have people that have been empowered with wheelbarrow, youth, to work. We have people that have been empowered with grinding machine to take care of their family. I don't know how far that can take them. We are talking about the self-employed. And the proportion of people that are into wages and salaries is less than just something little above 12% in Nigeria. Let's look at it now by gender. Women, we are ready to work. You can see Nancy. Everybody has celebrated that this morning. I still celebrate you, sis. Imagine if IT had not engaged Nancy. Imagine if CSEA has not engaged Eva. She's doing well, and here am I standing representing MBS. My name is Afolabi. I'm also a woman. But look at the proportion. of women that are selling pap, women that are into grinding machine, women that are frying nakara, women that are just selling petty trades just to take care of their family. We have over 90% of them. And they are saying, no, we are ready to work, but we need infrastructure. We need enabling environment. These are the things that media should be talking about. We need to take these people from informality to formality. Thank you very much. And also look at the rural area. Definitely you can resolve your there. Over 95% of people in employment in the rural area, they are self-employed, mainly in agriculture and trade. And that was actually a pointer to informal employment. So what do we expect the policymaker to do with this data? Is to transform this informal employment to formal employment. These people that are self-employed, we need infrastructure, we need social protection. This will take them from being informal to formal. And these are the very that we say, media, please speak. Media, please do not stop until we get it right in Nigeria. So it's that time we talk about formal employment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just joined by the Statistician General of the Federation, Prince Emmanuel O. Adeniran. Please a round of applause for him. It's an honor to have you here, sir. Thank you. Please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And do you know that if we can just move away from informal employment to formal employment, this will also generate more tax. Sorry, women palava. This will actually generate more tax to the government. So by the time we are saying government invest into the informal employment, transform it to formal employment, we're also saying that this was to help government to make more money. Then let's quickly look at the working hours. These are from another place for argument since last year August when we released our data. Media again, I still want to say pause. What do I mean by that? Stop saying MPS says if you work for 1 hour, you are employed. If you work for 1 hour, you are okay. That is not what we are saying. Let's look at this data. Cumulatively, you will see that less than 10% of Nigeria are working for less than 1 hour. Less than 10%. In fact, less than just about 7% or so. So that means, and that you can see that is highly insignificant. Majority of Nigerians are working for over 60 hours. Meaning we are not lazy. Now I need to touch it. You can see that women are fast learners. So trend of unemployment rates, which I said, let's shift our focus from this forming our headline. We are hopeful that after this workshop, our headline will now begin to talk about informal employment in Nigeria. And no longer unemployment figure. The unemployment rate generally in Africa. We can see we have over 50 countries in Africa, and I can tell you categorically that about 40 of them are already reporting 1-digit unemployment rates. But every time we want to compare with South Africa, because it has the highest, why are we always interested in the bad and not the good? South Africa's situation is the opposite of Nigeria's situation. In South Africa, they have social protection service for the unemployed. And their economy is highly formalized. So which means a petty trader cannot just survive in South Africa. You can't just bring out a kind of pebble and you want to be selling it anyhow in South Africa. You must go through the system. So this makes it difficult for people to be involved in self-employment. So it's not the same situation. Nigeria is highly informal compared to South Africa. The unemployment rates. Let's look at it now that with other demographic factors in terms of education and age. And by gender, again, women are, again, more marginalized here. You can see that women are more unemployed compared to the men. And again, on behalf of the women, we are saying we are available for jobs. Then by education, who are the people that are looking for jobs? The main category of people are the graduates. Because as a graduate, I just don't want to be pushing the wheelbarrow. I cannot just be grinding machine. I need a good job. And when we look at it by age category again, it's sad to see that the most active age of the population are the main people that are found in unemployment, which is age 25 to 34. I will not talk about 15 to 24 because most of these people, they are still students. But I'm interested in age 25 to age 34. Government needs to look inward and do something about the youth unemployment. They're looking at it by geographic area, urban and rural area. We can see that rural area, the issue of unemployment is not really their issue, but their own issue is more of informal employment as well as underemployment. This is the trend for the underemployment rate, which we can see that is higher compared to the unemployment. What does this mean? We have individuals working in Nigeria for less than 40 hours, and they are saying they are available for more jobs. That means we still need to look at the quantity of the job. Then these are the underemployment segregated by other demographic factors. I move straight to labor underutilization. When we talk about labor statistics beyond unemployment, and we said the latest methodology has taken care of other unmet needs of unemployment. This is actually talking about labor underutilization. So the L1 is talking about the unemployment rate, while the LU2 is talking about the unemployment rate together with underemployment. The addition of the two is what has given us this figure. And the third one, LU3, is the addition of unemployment rate plus the potential labor force. Mr. Adedeji mentioned that these people, they are just at the lobby waiting to join the labor force. But they are not part of unemployed because in the last reference period, which is the last 7 days before we collected the data, they are either searching but they are not available, or they are available but they are not searching. So we call them the potential labor force. While the last one, LU4, is the addition of the three, which is the unemployment plus the underemployment and the potential labor force. And that is why it gives us the highest figure. In conclusion, labor statistics beyond unemployment rate, and that's why I say media, we need you. Begin to talk about the labor underutilization. Begin to talk about the informality. Begin to talk about enabling environment. Begin to talk about the working poor in Nigeria. Policy of employment as a priority for policy formulation. High rates of informal employment is an indication of high prevalence of inadequate employment. Low employment rates may not necessarily imply low poverty rates, as the case it is in Nigeria. We have 0% unemployment rate, but over 40% poverty rate. Compulsory labor underutilization rates may very high, as you can see in my previous slide. So in conclusion, let me tell you today that the true value of labor statistics does not lie in their availability, like we have the data, but in the use given to them and in the interpretation made of them. Thank you.
Please, another fantastic round of applause for that. I'm not being gender biased. You know, as women, we do things differently. Did you notice that when she came on, she had to loosen her belt? You know, when I saw her, I was like, yes, you don't come today. We always had our spice, to anything we do. So we will get into the nitty-gritty now. We've had the two panel sessions, at least the foundation has been laid. I was taking a lot of notes while I was seated there. It was as if I didn't know what they were saying all over again. Of course, I've read your report back to back. But when you see people such as the MBX explain some things you may know, you may begin to see it from another light. So many things that we will have to discuss on this panel. And let me just quickly go into that by introducing our panelists. The first discussant is Professor Abiola Arosanyin. He's the president of Nigerian Economic Society. Please clap very well. I don't want to keep us was on a Zoom meeting till like 10:30 yesterday, concerning Nigerian Economic Society. So he's the president. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause. I would introduce next Professor Uchechi Rex, who is Professor of Economics, University of Calabar. Please, another round of applause. That's a long one. Please clap for him until he sits down. I would introduce at this point Ms. Esther Adegune, who is the Associate Director, New Business and Economic Growth. At least I have another lady on the panel. I'm going to request for her. Dr. Yakuba Diallo is next. Is the Senior Statistician, ILO Decent Work Team for West Africa. Please. I'm almost tempted to say we should withdraw that clap because he's an Ivorian. And the others are the Afro. But let us just clap. Dr. Godstein Elibe Mole is the Senior Economist at World Bank. Please, another round of applause. So we'll be taking this panel session now, and thereafter we'll get into feedback, that's question, answers, and comments. But I think I will begin first of all. I've been told, in fact, Dr. Chukwu has said that he wants a dialogue session. So it's going to be very conversational, not attacking, as it were, but we've got to, I know all of us were looking at the presentation, and we also have our presiding speaker. Join us here. Please, another round of applause for Actually, before you came in, I talked about you that you tried to explain to me last September this data. So your people at least have done a good job before you came in, so welcome. All right, I think we will start. Prof, let me start with you. There are many professors on this panel. I think I'm the odd one out of many academics. Esther, I think we're just the only. Yes. All right, let me start from Prof. And let me just start with the foundation just before I get into all of that. From these explanations that the two officials of the NBS have given, do you think that is sufficient evidence why our unemployment rate is at 5.1%, or do you see any hole in what they've done? Very quickly. 1 minute and a half for answering.
Thank you very much. Let me also start by thanking the SG and the director for this invitation. This part of what actually some of us have asked for, that there should be this type of interactions. But by the time that data came out, and understandably so, because not a lot of people had the benefit of this kind of explanation as to what the evidence was doing and why they were doing it. And I still want to encourage that there should be more of this kind of sensitization, especially with the users. You were talking about the press. Yeah, the press is important. But we also have academics and researchers who use the data regularly. And they need to have this kind of understanding of what this transition is. And that's why I've told the NBA, the DASG, that our conference in September will provide an opportunity for them to do that. Now, going back to your question, I think a lot of clarity has come out from the presentation. The deep dive shows why, that statistics, is showing what it is now. And, and really, there are a lot of benefits to what they are doing. One of them is this international comparison that, we cannot look at, not just compare out Nigeria relative to other countries, that also have adopted that. So we are and we are keeping to that. But I think in some sense, the explanation by MDAs in terms of the distribution and showing the fact, that look, you have a whole lot of informality, okay, that is going on. And therefore, wage employment, which is what this one is referring to, will not actually capture the nature of, of the employment in Nigeria. I think that story has to be told. So that the policy makers are not under the illusion that, look, we have 5%. In the past, when you have 5%, it's full employment. To economists, 5%, you have full employment. So now, I think we need to also be guided. What is full employment? Okay? At this rate now, what is full employment? Because we are changing, we are writing macroeconomics, At that time, we know that, okay, there's national rate of unemployment. And at 5%, you can go and sleep. But now, when we look at 5%, it doesn't give the politician the push. Go and create jobs. It just look 5%. So we need to really find a way of communicating that. Look, the problem is we have a lot of people working, but this kind of work that they are doing is no work. It's not a decent wage, decent work. It's not giving them enough money, resources to be able to take care of themselves, and so on and so forth. The last thing I will say is, when you look at a week, in the UK, the minimum wage is 11, and they take every year. Currently, it's 11.44 pounds. Now, if you multiply that, to Nigeria, that's almost what you get in a year here, in a month. Okay? And with that 11.44, you have, because if you look at the threshold for poverty, it's 1.20. So that working 1 hour in the UK, you are above the poverty line already. In Nigeria, 30,000 divided by 2.0 hours. Multiply, you see we are nowhere. So the conversation and the narration and the way it's presented had to change so that people can really have the inputs and the impact of this new statistics. Thank you.
Please, I'm going to round of applause for I think he has given us a food for thought. That this rate, what is also full employment? And I remember I asked the SG that question last year. I haven't gotten an answer. But let's move over to Dr. Obuagu. And as an academician, of course, you are a prof coming from the school community, and also Dr. Gottstein too has also taught in schools. How do you envision the academia now contributing to what the NBS has done? Because there's also one thing to knock the head of the officials, but there's another thing that we can also assist. And the academia is a huge community to do that. Prof, we were speaking yesterday that what is happening in schools, or was it this morning, what is happening in schools is different from what is happening in reality. So now, how do you merge? How can the academia contribute to refining methodologies, helping SG here, perhaps in this Labour Force Statistics which we're talking about, considering the crucial role of policy formulation? Over to you.
Thank you.
Prof, yes.
Professor Obuagu is my name.
Yes.
I want to thank the NBS and CC for organizing this work. When I looked at the entire statistics, I have your document here. I was wondering, nobody will understand that you are taking the position you have presented here today. And that is to tell us that our labor force is full of informality, informal sector than the formal sector that we're looking at. So you have just brought us to fore that our teaching of labor economics has changed. And we have to integrate it with demography. The demographics are important. The poverty issues and all this have to be taken into consideration. You no longer look at the figure and think it is what it was before. You now look at the figure, you marry it with other statistics and to be able to come out with a policy. Now, policy formulation in this regard is going to be stronger. I have understood what you are trying to talk about. And I am going to tell my colleagues, the scenario has changed. And I think we have to go alongside with you and give it the proper shot that it requires. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. It was very short. I expected more, but but no, yes, Prof. It's okay. What I was saying, I was expecting more in terms of perhaps I did not get clarity as to the question I asked in terms of the coordination between your community and the authority. And yes. What you answered was at least your way of teaching now is different. What you'll be teaching your students now are different. How are you going to be assisting SG here? And statisticians like you.
Thank you very much. I have always advocated for a synergy between the academicians and the practitioners. I've always advocated for that. We need to take what they are doing, understand it, and pass it to the students who are coming up to take over what they are doing, and then bring what we have given to them back to them so that they can see what problems we have encountered in trying to deliver and how it can be, taken care of and moderated. So actually, like I said before, we are now better equipped to carry the vision to the classroom and bring you back a feedback that will help you fine-tune the things that you are doing. In terms of methodology, we'll look at it, how you have handled it. In terms of the interpretations, we'll look at it and we'll come back and then we can establish that synergy. In other words, I'm calling establish a strong synergy between the academicians and the practitioners. Thank
you, Prof. All right, let me move over to Mrs. Esther Adekunle. Your focus, of course, focusing on business and economic growth. The question, of course, for employers or even those in this space, is it that, from what I also saw in the data, is that we have more formal, informal employment. That means that even for formal employers, you have a little pool to take from. All of us are struggling for the same talents. So how do you perceive the relationship between labor force data and identifying emerging economic opportunities in Nigeria when you have a very slim pool of people in the formal economic space that would also significantly improve GDP if all things are being equal? Because informal economy will not really give you that so much GDP that you're looking for. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so let me just say thank you for this event. I think it's very noteworthy, and it's good we're having it now, and we certainly need more of it. Thank you for the invitation. And Nancy, that's a very good question, because as I prepared for today's event, I was more focused on, I put on my private sector development cap, and I was not thinking about the unemployment number. I was thinking about productivity. And I was thinking, how productive is Nigeria? Okay, and I did search for that data because that's what the private sector is all about, right? They are looking at how do we increase our output, how do we be cost efficient and all. And I checked for that data for Nigeria's productivity. It was a struggle, and that's something I think can be improved in terms of getting that productivity data. I finally found it on Illoh, but the number I found there was worrisome. I found the productivity level for Nigeria at $7. And this is when you have other countries, and some of them eating $100. And how do they calculate it? Very simple for many of us that are economists. They basically just took the GDP in dollars, I need to say, and then they divided it by the number of people working. And we know that our GDP, firstly, doesn't even account for this large 90% plus informal sector, right? So our GDP is underrated, right, in terms of the value, and also it's now in dollars. Okay, so can we actually produce our own productivity data? I think that's something that NBS should think about in terms of that relationship between the labor data and of course, identifying emerging economic opportunities. To some extent, I mean, we've seen it, and I like the NBC in terms of demographics, you can see that. But don't we need to take it up notch to things around skills analysis? And that's what the private sector is all about, right? So if I'm starting up a factory in a certain region in the country, in a certain state, I'm thinking the skills that I require to set up the factory, is it available? Do I need to go to other states? Hopefully I don't need to bring in expatriates for jobs like that, right? And then we can increase our formal sector. So in terms of that skills analysis, there's a lot more data that can be gotten there. Also in terms of the state analysis, so I did see that NBS is getting data across all 37 states, okay, but how disaggregated is that data? Does it tell us some of the emerging opportunities in some states, right? We know many of our states are doing a lot in agri, but we also know that there are some emerging trends around provision of services. So aside Lagos State, where do we have other states that can lead on the tech innovation and services, not just to Nigeria, but even export it and impact on our GDP? And also that's another area that I think there can be more synergy and more feeding in. And the third would just be around industry trends. Industry trends in looking at not just looking at the present, but taking it on, forecasting it to 5-10 years from now. What will a particular industry need? What do we have in our academic institutions? What kind of graduates are we bringing out such that they are able to feed into these emerging opportunities that will come forth? So just in summary, there's some level of the relationship where it certainly can be strengthened, and NBS and everybody has a part to play in that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think Esther really made good points here, and I have seen that the SG has been taking note. I'm really particularly impressed with CC, and MBS putting this together. Even from the comments now, I can see it's getting more robust. But let me get to Dr. Diallo. What are some of the best practices in utilizing labor force data to advocate for policies that promote decent work and social protection? From what we have seen in the presentations, of course, many Nigerians do not have decent work. In fact, what I call it is the hustle economy, as it were, because everybody's trying to hustle. And we've seen it from the data. A lot of people that have skills, many of them have even jumped back. And that is also part of what Esther talked about in terms of emerging skills, emerging industries and all of that. And even the small pool we have right now, all of us that are employers are trying to get from that pool. So as ILO, how should we utilize this labor force statistics, to promote decent work? Like, is it a professor, Prof that said it at the beginning in terms of 1 hour wage abroad in the UK compared to this place, So over to you, Dr. Diallo.
Thanks, Madam, for this question, and I would like to thank again CC and NBS for this opportunity. Our ILO director, Madam Vanessa, she is on mission and she would have loved to be here, and it's really a pleasure to be part of this discussion. Personally, I like this kind of discussion where we have a practitioner but also a clinician. Myself, over the last 5-10 years, for most of my workshop, I organize at university or a school of statistics, not in hotel, not because I like to interact, because as statisticians, I think we are not good in communication. You have seen what we are doing most of the time. I call it dissemination, not communication. Communication, I think is interacting, and we have figures. I will come to your question. I thank again the colleague from NBS for the presentation, and the value of labor statistics reside in its use and its interpretation. You see, most of these indicators, the interpretation is not well known. have seen labor force participation, working age participation, employment to population. These are key indicators, but the interpretation most of the time is not clear. As Madam Abiola said, employment to population ratio is a key indicator, and because it shows what your economy can create as a job, as in terms of job creation. When you look at the employment to population ratio, you will see the job creation dimension. But the working age population includes employment and unemployment. You see, the interpretation, the use and how you interpret is very important. It's also good here to remind that labor statistics is organized since 1923. This International Labour Conference of Statisticians since 1923, and in October we had the opportunity to celebrate the centenary, and it was good that we had Nigeria well represented by SG and Mr. Saheed and also Madam Abiola and other colleagues. And during this conference, we had a similar workshop where SG was part of the panel and other countries, because it's not only the case of Nigeria where data users are not understanding some key statistics. They are focusing on unemployment, but there are other key indicators, informality. When we talk about informality, it's not only informal sector, it's also, you can also have informality in formal sector. You see what you talk about informality. And the latest ICLS adopt for the first time a standard how to measure informal economy. And this includes informality. And I think for Africa, for our region, is very key. To respond to your question in terms of decent work, you see decent work as a 4-dimension. Right at work, this is one of the dimensions. Job creation, to have productive work, is the 2nd dimension. Social protection is the 3rd dimension. And the 4th dimension is what is called social dialogue between government, workers, and employers, what Illoh calls tripartism. And gender issue is considered as a cross-cutting issue, and non-discrimination also. But these 4 pillars of decent work are key. And Illoh developed a list of indicators, which include statistical indicators, but also legal framework to capture decent work. This means that the standard labor statistics cannot measure all the dimensions of decent work. As was said by Prof, I think the narration and also the content of some of the lesson on statistics, on particularly labor statistics, should change. Because if you like to capture decent work, you have to go beyond standard labor statistics. There are specific indicators you need to develop specific also indicators. And for Illoh, we recommend a list of decent work indicators, which also are part of SDG indicators, the goal 8. And this interaction between this practitioner but also academician here, I think also the media is a key if we like to better capture decent work. To summarize, I would say that for our experience, we need to adjust our list of indicators to decent work, because decent work is not only based on our older statistics. It goes beyond our standard statistics, and this is really a good opportunity to encourage again all this interaction between the real world of work and the universities or school of statistics. And decent work is still valid. It's also an issue of social justice. And now for international community, the measurement of decent works and social justice are key if we like to have, I would say, peace in this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Doctor has actually said one key thing, and I think the SG and MBS is actually taking note that how do we now begin to adjust to decent work. But what I also see there, that the SG might not say, and let me say it on behalf of him, is that is more budget. And they will need more money to measure all the states, because the agency is also constrained for money. So I can imagine all the things we're asking the MBS to do, but I'm hoping that SG at some point would intervene here. Now, let me move over to Dr. Gottstein. Of course, as a senior economist at the World Bank, when I was looking through these statistics, what was also coming to my mind regarding you, how you would look at this, or perhaps your colleagues at the World Bank would be, how does this data, this labor force data, influence the way you craft and design development projects? The World Bank now, I think as of the last time I checked, active investments in Nigeria about $12.2 billion. So how will you use this to design and evaluate development projects to foster inclusive economic growth as well as poverty reduction in Nigeria, which according to the NBS is at 40%. And the motto of the World Bank over there in Washington is on the ground, fighting poverty for the past 70 years. That's what you guys have been doing. So how are you going to marry that?
Thank you, Nancy. Just to say thank you to CSEA, to MBS for this opportunity, and greetings from the World Bank, the team. Your question is very, very important. So at the bank, a lot of emphasis is placed on evidence, right? You want to get the best value for every $1 you put out there. So the bank places a lot of emphasis on evidence. So you don't want to do interventions or program based on doing it by heuristic or by rule of thumb. You need solid evidence. So for us as a bank, the Labour Force Statistics MDS has released provide loads of evidence to guide policy. And I really want to emphasize that. And I think the presenters have also touched on that. Saheed did mention this. So oftentimes people tend to focus on just the overhead unemployment number. But for us at the bank, we are seeing beyond just the number. You see, there's a proven way to get out of poverty. Proven. Gainful employment. Anywhere, anytime. So gainful employment provides an escape out of poverty. And so for us as a bank that are very passionate about this, how to get people out of poverty, the Labour Force Statistics provide evidence for us to have targeted intervention. Because what we have contains a lot of information about, for example, like we saw in the presentation, quality of jobs. So the problem is not, for we have noticed, it's not that people are not working. In a country like Nigeria, you have to work, right? If you don't have social protection, you need to get on the street and find something to do. Even if you are getting 1.5 in a day, of course, you know that will not keep you going. But the way employment is defined is that you've done something for work or pay, right? So you are classified as employment. But I think it's a big kudos to MBS for going beyond just that general numbers. We know the sentiment around unemployment number. But if we look beyond the number, for us as a bank, our focus is on the other dimension, deep dimension, that speak to the quality of job people are doing, that speak to underemployment, that speak to informality. Now, if you want to pull people out of poverty, you need to give them a job that is enough for them. That is why the word is the word gainfully employed. So in our intervention, when we are designing our programs for intervention, we look at the structure of the labor force, which labor statistics help us to do. So we have targeted intervention. So there's a problem of skill mismatch. You have a Ph.D, for example, but because you couldn't find a job, you are doing something else that is not, you are willing to work, you have the capacity, but you are not getting the opportunity. Another thing to mention is the industry of engagement. NBS statistics, from what we've seen, you can disaggregate based on different industries. And this is super helpful for targeted intervention. And just to say that if you really want to get impact and pull people out of poverty, intervention should be what? Evidence-based and targeted. You need to be very precise and specific. And what we see from this new labor force statistics, it has given us a precision gap for us to design our policy. So I will stop here. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, now let me take it on that point. Okay, come on. Now let me take it from that point, Dr. Godstein, and let me go back to Professor Adeola. Now, talking about policymakers, because when the first presentation was on by Mr. Saheed, I actually wrote down disjointed coordination. He started his presentation by talking about the National Development Plan 2020 to 2025, I think 2021 to 2025. In fact, when I also saw that development plan, there were a lot of anyhowness, So I wrote it down, disjointed coordination, when you were presenting. Now, Prof, the question is, what are the critical considerations for policymakers when they are designing interventions, which I mentioned at the beginning of the program? We have 40% on poverty rates in Nigeria, 133 million multidimensionally poor people, which is different from the monetarily poor people too. I hope the MPS have that. So how do policymakers now design interventions to address youth unemployment? Because the median age of Nigeria is 18. If Nigeria is a human being, that human being is 18 years old. So how do we now address youth unemployment and enhance access to quality education? Because someone also mentioned that is education that will also lead us there. So, Professor Adeola, I hope my questions are not too
that's fine. I played a very important role in the preparation of the current development plan. I led the team.
I'm sorry, Prof, that I've already compared.
That prepared the map. That's okay. And it's very important to say that, for the first time, we had a plan that was driven by analytics, by models. Okay? And the model don't just look at metrics, we're also looking at some of the developmental issues. So it was very robust analysis that we did. And Dr. Olowookere is here, who played a very important role in doing that. The figure at that time, which was the target of the 30%, what was the figure, and what was the figure of unemployment data at that time. So we were looking at the data and we used the data. Now, the gentleman said that was not a typical year. When we go back to 2019 or 2020, what was the unemployment rate? It was also very high, 22 point something of that. So it was significant. And then after that, what is the unemployment rate? So you have to use data to be able to show that that data was not. So it was evidence-based, and I think we work closely with NPS in doing that. That is one. Two, the critical question. The analysis, the presentation by the NPS showed quite, the structure of the market, of the labor market. Okay. We know, for instance, that the youths, are likely to be more unemployed. The graduates are likely to be more unemployed. The women are likely to be more unemployed, and so on and so forth. So policies. So this provides the evidence. And I like what those people. That provides the evidence that policymakers, development partners, should play around with. That is the guy. Why are the youth unemployed? We have an education system that is not responsive. Okay? And it's not responsive, not necessarily because of those of us who are academics, but because we are abandoned, we are poorly paid, regulated, we are not given facilities and infrastructure that we need to work. And we're totally disregarded. And that's one of the things that we are trying to change as Nigerian society. The government will talk to the World Bank, not talk to us academics. They will do plans with the ILO, not those who have been working for 30 years, collecting data and doing research in those areas. And unfortunately, I'm sorry, I'm going to very blunt. Very blunt. Many years ago, I was special assistant to the presidential advisor on Nigerian. And the Nigerian government was trying to do a national biofuel policy. NNPC was driving that. And they engaged one of the known, I don't want to mention the name, consultant, this consultant firm in Nigeria. And that firm, who did they send? They sent someone who graduated 3 years ago. Then the junior was writing. But because he has the answer young or someone else other big names. Our students, they are someone that are not even the best in their classes. Were the ones that were driving. And because they carry the name of it, we respect them and they're a professor that has spent 30 years researching, supervising, and doing all those things in those areas. This country, we're not ready to move forward. I'm sorry. MPS is doing the right thing. I'm sorry that I'm being passionate about that. This interaction is very important. We are the ones that are doing research. We are the ones that will train hard. Those sort of doing like my students are some of the people that talk. We need to have those kind of engagement interactions continuously. To help us change our curriculum, to make it more relevant, to change. And I myself, again, Nancy just permit me. I'm a professor at the back. I'm a professor of 17 years, so I'm not a professor of yesterday. At the back, nobody earns any salary more than I in the university system. And yet, my take-home pay, everything is about $250. At the back. I want that professor to go back and be doing this. We have people who are discouraged workers. So
that is informality.
Professors at the back, so we have professors now who are not there. I know professors who are handling that 400,000 naira. 400,000 naira. 400,000. 400,000. Less than 200,000, young professors, they are handling about 200,000. That's what an MSc student will take, it's always going to be 500, 1 million. So in other words, I'm sorry, I don't say that we need to get the system to work so that we can produce graduates with skills that matches the job and the environment, the recent development. It's an AI, it's an information technology-driven age. It's a whole lot of things are changing. So we need to be able to do that, and we need to motivate the academics and also provide us infrastructure that will allow for that kind of teaching. Then also, the pay is very important. When the environment, macroeconomic environment is very important. You see, because the macroeconomic environment, when your inflation is low, the economic growth rate is high, and so on and so forth, it's when you're able to create jobs, that the economy is able to create jobs that are decent. But when you are in a recession or you are going through a very not full recession, but an economic growth that's anemic, 2.3%, 3%. And you have, that is also coming from sectors that are not even employment intensive. The manufacturing sector is up and down, it's not just, that's where you have employment intensive areas. They are not doing very well. Agriculture, mechanical agriculture is almost nothing. And, so the government has to find a way of looking at the structure of the economy and provide those right incentives. Okay? that will be able to cause those sectors to expand. What we know about development is that as we go through the trial of development, agriculture, the private sector will give way to the industrial sector. Okay? And then because you have services. What we have in Nigeria is you have bypassed the industrial sector, you have services that is growing 50%, but that's industrial sector, the service sector is low wage, low productivity, that can drive growth. So government must focus on how to ensure that this economy grows. It's when you provide incentive structure, you provide the policy engagements and interventions that allow the economy to grow, that will then be able to create opportunities for the young people. Okay? Those guys who go and work 1 hour over there, what they get in that 1 hour is what I want to get in 2 months here. Because 11.44 pounds in an hour, you translate that to Nigeria, and you work 3-4 hours a day, and maybe a week, you've got what you get 2 years here. So the job is not decent. And that's why what the gentleman said, and what the government say about quality of job, decent job, they are very important. And we should focus on that. Because like I said, this 5% as a headline will get the policymaker to go achieve. It doesn't have anything to do again. 5%, because you're looking at all this other information you are giving. They have crashed on the payment from 33 to 5%. So we need to take that direction.
The question now will be, how do we change it? And I know in the midst of all what we've been talking about, Madam Abiola was hammering on the media. That is my constituency. So I think I'm going back there with a renewed resolve of how, to put it out there and make sure that the policymakers listen with the urgency of now. Now, let me come to you, Professor Mbuago, and let's take a look at perhaps the challenges of what Prof has even talked about now. The government will be looking at 33%. A typical politician in Nigeria at least, we know we have technocrats and also politicians, but majority of them are politicians. When they look at it, they will be like, MBS has crashed 33, unemployment is 5% now. That means we are doing well as it were. That's the way they will look at it. They wouldn't even hear from SG to cascade those numbers. So what are the challenges right now that Nigeria will have with this labor force statistics in interpreting and contextualizing this labor statistics for an evolving economic environment such as Nigeria that the rest of the world will not leave us? We're talking about AI now. We are talking about fourth industrial revolution. We are talking of decent work, like Dr. Diallo mentioned. We do not have that here. So what are the challenges that we will just, what are the bumps that will hit on the road?
Okay, thank you. I heard her when she was presenting. It's a media call.
Yes.
But it will not be enough for you to pause. At some point, you go to start again. Now, there should be a restart. And that restart is de-emphasize figure. I'm a statistician. And we like to talk about, figure is talking. Figure de-emphasize the number. Because the statistics is not just the number. That is number. It is the meaning that you give to that number. Now, never you give that 5% without explaining that this 5% does not mean that Nigeria is okay. That this 5% is moving alongside with the informal sector, indecent job, underpayment of people. So you must accompany it with that, and that is to say, what should the government now focus on? I would say they should do induced demand. Most of the things we are experiencing here, the sectors that we have, can be helped by induced demand. That is to say, many people are not aware of what is available. If they are aware of that, what is available, they can use it. Permit me to say one thing. the energy sector. The energy sector. We are looking for energy. And everybody is advocating for cottage refinery. Induced demand will say, government, find a way that is a local, and if you permit me to use the word, indigenous technology. We have an indigenous technology. 100% content to develop cottage refinery. Pull these guys out. Get trained petroleum engineers. Induce into them to produce quality petrol and the derivatives. And when you get that, you are giving back to them, you will not import. That's induced demand. Government comes here and induces and says, look at it, it is available within the country. That will stop importation. And if the energy sector is energized, it will produce, it expands very fast. Petroleum derivatives will come up. Just like the geometric power this thing is going on in Abia State now. That's the kind of thing. They are introducing induced demand. The people want energy. We are going to give them energy. Energy comparable to what they get elsewhere. And the price is going to be, moderate enough. And that way, if we translate it into the other sectors, food. Prof has talked about agriculture. Cluster industry. That's induced demand. Cluster industry. Go to Abakaliki, they produce rice. And they have improved on the variety and quality of rice that they produce. They can distone the rice. But go and see the hops, piled separately and being bought. That hops is good for producing wine, it's good for animal feed, it's good for a variety of other things. Why are we wasting it? Attach small feed producing this thing to that. They take it, take oil palm cake, palm kernel cake, and fish bones and this grind them. Today we don't have feed to feed the poultry. And so, I don't know where you come from. Chicken is going up. We have it there. So, induce it to the people and you will find these things growing. Multidimensional agriculture is available. The guy piloting it in Cotonou is from Nigeria. He's from Nigeria, a reverend father from Nigeria. And so you can get the thing set up. From there, the industries are coming up. Now, if you get your pets, chicken, and your roasting, you can set up a mall where they sell the meat. From there, you can develop every other thing here. You buy this here, buy this, and then people can go on, and the economy will be growing. But when we keep quiet and pretend that we don't know, and don't listen to the economists when they talk, we will not be able to get into that development. We will still be giving people indecent jobs. We will still be, underdeveloped. And we will be having very low rate of unemployment, but people will be suffering. People will be suffering. So, what we should do is to get back to the drawing board. Like he said, things have changed. By the time they do that 2021 to 2025 plan, things are not what this definition we are having today was not the definition we had. And so the definition of what they are saying has changed. So we have to go back and see. It doesn't invalidate the plan. What we have to do now is to adjust based on the realities of the day. This is what it is. This is the understanding of what this is where we are going. So policy now should tilt towards this way and towards this way, and then de-emphasize. I'm using your words. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, Prof. Thank you very much. I like the angle that the two profs have brought, especially to the National Development Plan, which I talked about earlier. Because having read it, with what is happening now, so many things have changed. So there's a need to adjust. Of course, you people are professors, so you know all the methodologies and to change them. So thank you very much, Prof, for addressing that. Now let me come to you, Mrs. Adegunle, and I will shoot you two questions from the angle of how do all the statistics now influence decision making within businesses, at least particularly regarding workforce planning and investment. Then the second one is, of course, you work with DAI. How can civil society organizations contribute to public awareness? I know my own community, that's what we're supposed to do. But I also know that there is a depth of information. Many people don't even understand things like this that we're saying in the media, even in my space, to be able to interpret it to the public. We are just a few of us there. So I will invite all of you to join me if you can, in that space. So how do civil society organizations contribute to enhancing public awareness and understanding of this data that comes from the National Bureau of Statistics? Because it's not just even about labor data, it's about inflation. Inflation came out last Friday, 31%. I'm going to attack you tomorrow. Trust me, on the show, 31%. And there's an MPC next week. I was speaking with Prof. I said, I don't know what Governor Kadeso will do. Next week will be there to see if he will also increase rates. That's what we talked about, coordination of data earlier on. So I would like you to speak about that, especially around even marginalized and vulnerable group of people.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Those are two heavy questions, but I'll take them. I'm just speaking to civil societies, right? Their role in the use of this labor data and taking it to marginalized and vulnerable groups is certainly their responsibility. And of course, the first thing is they need to understand it. So having advocacy sessions like this and ensuring that the civil societies are present is very important, right? So that training and understanding, because if they don't understand it, they just might make it worse in terms of taking it down. Okay, so we need to ensure that they are educated and they are trained and they understand the concepts. And this can be done at different levels and several levels, because the vulnerable, the marginalized, you wouldn't find as many in the federal capital territory or in the big states. You will find them in other states, right? So it's very important that it is narrowed down. And once it's narrowed down, once they've been equipped, there are several things they can do. They can also form their own mini advocacies, right? They can also translate. We forget many times that even though English is our official language, there are many people sitting in villages and towns that do not speak English or just speak it to communicate. But when you're discussing technical issues like this, it's more effective when you speak it in their local language. So we need to ensure that some sections of, when there are policies, when insightful data on labor comes out, it is translated to other languages. Even if we want to start with our, the popular ones, Yoruba, Igbo and Hausa, start at that level. Or just, and of course, I think that's fantastic. Even Pidgin English, right? Just starting to Pidgin English, that's a good start. So yeah, it can be translated. So yeah, those are some of the things that civil societies can do. And when we say vulnerable and marginalized, right, the data shows us that women are one of the marginalized. So how do we ensure that women know that it is not sufficient for women to have just informal work, right? Are there opportunities for formal work? How do we ensure they get those opportunities? And all the civil societies can help in that. I think a key one, and I'll end this question with that. Civil societies also play a strong part in demand for good governance. So can the civil societies take the labor data at their state level And when the budget is being developed at the design stage and all, and presented, but then it needs to be at the state level. So we're not talking about the 5% that is national, we're talking about somebody sitting in Ebonyi State, right, and discussing with the policymakers there to say, in Ebonyi State, we realize that there's unemployment, there's underemployment in these certain areas, these are the opportunities for the state, and they demand for that they demand that the budget goes into sectors and industries where there are opportunities, whether it's now or in the future. I think that the civil society, thank you, I think that the civil society can also play that part, right? And civil society being the media, being the NGOs, and of course we know that the private sector also has its part to play. So I'll move to the second question you asked around the utilization of this labor data for strategic decisions relating to work planning. And I want to give 2 or 3 examples here. And what we've seen is that, I mean, for the private sector, for the very formalized sector, their use of data is at different levels. Let's look at it in terms of an organization sitting somewhere in Greece that is considering opening in Nigeria. They're going to look at the labor numbers, but they're not looking at the eye level. They're looking for things around the quality of skills available in Nigeria, because that will determine the cost of employment. So are there people, are there Nigerians, and they are Nigerians, are there Nigerians that they can employ easily at senior levels and all? They are looking for that, okay? Of course, they are looking for things around cost of doing business and all. So they use that in making investment-related decisions, whether to invest in Nigeria or to go to other countries around Nigeria, right? And I'll stop at that. The second, really, in terms of labor data that we see organizations and private sector use is the example of when there was COVID, right? So a lot changed. We saw, and after COVID, we saw that need. We saw that demand, especially from young people, for flexible and hybrid work. So what did the organizations do? They just ensure that they have the facility and the structure to ensure that there's hybrid work, whether it's 2 days in the office or 3 days in the office. And guess what? It has helped them now, okay, when standard of living has gone high. So your workers don't need to be in the office every day, and then they are saving some money in transportation and all. So we saw that, I mean, organizations use that, and that data may not have necessarily come from NBS, but that data came out at industry levels and other levels to just show that there was a demand for flexible and hybrid work. So that's the second example. The third I would give, and you did mention it, Nancy, is just around the Japa syndrome. So, I mean, it's affecting the private sector heavily. And it's not even within their control. If it was something they could control. But what they've done, what we've seen some organizations do, just looking at it, is that they have identified some staff within their organizations which they cannot afford to lose. And so what they have done is that, whether it means looking for another office in their abroad for that staff to go to for a certain number of years, right? So secondment, and say, oh, you cannot, instead of losing you to the UK or to the US or to Canada forever, we will open an opportunity in our Canadian office where you can go for X number of years, you sign something, and then you come back and you bring in that knowledge, right? So you've seen organizations come out, especially the international ones in Nigeria, come out with those kind of incentives and innovations. And they've done things like, okay, we can take you on trainings, whether it's to other countries and all. So these are 3 ways that we've actually seen the private organization use it for workforce planning and in terms of making strategic decisions.
Thank you very much. We have just a few minutes, and I'll go around again. I will take Dr. Diallo and Dr. Agosta before we come to the question and answer from the audience. And I'm also mindful that Professor Abiola needs to leave at 12. So please, I would implore that we'll just be brisk with our answers. Dr. Diallo, coming from what Esther has spoken about in terms of innovation, in fact, when Mr. Abiola was speaking, talking about housewives, I think it was Saheed that talked about housewives also. And I wrote down, I said, there are a lot of housewives, I don't know if you will call them housewives again. They are in the house, but they are doing online stuff. They are selling stuff on Instagram or online, but they don't have a 9 to 5, as it were. And my mind went, is the MBS capturing those kind of people too? Because they're also employed, they could be paying 1 or 2 assistants, hybrids that may not be there. So where am I going to with this question, Dr. Diallo? How do we now foster innovation and policy reform in labor economics and statistics? Then the other one is, how do we now capture proper informal employment and vulnerable workers within the West African region? Because I think the ILO head here also covers for West Africa. So very briefly, Dr.
Thank you for this relevant question. As I said before, in October 2023, we adopt a new resolution on informal economy, which include informal sector, informal employment, and capture what should be collected in terms of data, but also in terms of diagnosis to better understand the informality. This resolution is very new because for us, labor statistician is for the first time we have international standard on informal economy. But I know most of the time in different reports you will see informal sector, informal employment, and informal economy, but the meanings sometimes are confused. And for statistician, you need a clear understanding of the concept definition for a good measurement. For innovation, we also, with OECD, but also in some developing countries, recently we developed some tools to capture what is digital economy. This is very important because the measurement, as you said, there are some jobs. It's not like old jobs where you are sitting in a specific place. You can have different work relations. Your boss may not be as a usual employer. You have a different type of relation. And in terms of standard also, there are tools how to better measure. At country level, most of the time it's important to have what we call a labor market information system based on different data sources. NBS present some of the key data sources, but today we have also to look at what is called artificial intelligence. How we can get some of the data from these sources. But it's clear that we should follow some procedure before coming or be used as statistics. So when you talk about the statistics, it's not all data are statistics or indicators. You have most of this data, but they need to follow some specific criteria or treatment before using them as statistics. Today, we cannot develop a good labor market information system if we do not invest in this artificial intelligence. Supplemented to our main data sources, this household survey. It's also important to know that from NBS, it will be good, I think, to have establishment survey, because I see the question from private sector, we like to capture the skills, what is needed. You cannot have this information from labor force survey. You can get this information for what is called establishment survey to capture the demand side of the labor. Because the labor force survey, the main objective is to look at the supply side from household member, what are the education, what are the occupation, the industries. But to understand the demand side from the industries, what are the skills needed? Is there any skill mismatch? You need to conduct establishment survey. and this will supplement the labor force survey. You have the demand side, the supply side, and I think if, in addition to labor force survey, Nigeria can also have at least one establishment survey covering informal and formal sector. I think we will have a good labor market information which will capture not only our usual labor statistics, but also the demand side, and also capture better what are the type of, I would say, innovation, what are the type of skills we need, what are the type of specific occupation Nigeria are missing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diallo. Now, Dr. Gottstein, from what Dr. Diallo has said in terms of perhaps the MBS should go ahead to talk about establishment survey. If we take a look at the trends, since we don't have that, if we take a look at the trends, how do we now use it to optimize resource allocation and also maximize the impact of the development projects that we have already? And speak to me also as a Nigerian that is working at the World Bank.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy. So, so let me maybe start with the first one in terms of resource allocation. So I think again, from the World Bank side, we place a lot of emphasis on evidence-based policy making, because that's actually the only way you can get impact. So my belief is that the current labor force statistics, like I mentioned before, could provide a guide for policymakers in terms of optimal allocation of resources. I will give you maybe specific example, both in terms of short-term intervention or long-term intervention. Let's take a typical example of short-term policy that government, I think recently we had in the news, government was talking about unemployment benefits. So unemployment benefit is a typical example of a short-term policy intervention. Now, for you to do this, you need evidence, right? So government don't have enough money, generally speaking. Resources are scarce. So if you want to do, for example, unemployment benefits, the current labor force statistics provide you some guide. Why do I say that? So for example, generally speaking, so if you say, who do you give unemployment benefit to? Some people will say people that are not working. That's actually not correct, because not working is not the same thing as unemployed, right? So the data contains that evidence. Not working means, could be that you are not searching for a job or you are not ready to work. But unemployed means you are actively searching and you are available to take up a job. So ideally, without evidence, you could discover that money will end up in the wrong pockets. Someone who is chilling at home because they don't want to work for personal reason will collect unemployment benefit. But the data NBS have will allow you to disaggregate this and separate, for example, unemployed from not employed, completely differently. Then you maximize your resources. And secondly, in terms of long-term intervention, we all know and we agree that, like I mentioned, that to get people out of poverty in a sustainable way, they need meaningful job. They need to be gainfully employed, either in a wage job or in a decent self-employment. Now, government, in terms of long-term intervention, looking at economic diversification and creation of jobs, you also need to be precise. You cannot intervene in all sectors, right? Now, what the labor force, we believe as a bank, we help you do is that you are able to see, as per sectors, where you need to intervene at a given time. Because you will see, like Dr. Diallo mentioned, even though the labor force may not be super comprehensive in terms of skill mismatch, but you can still see the level of education people have. You can see the job they are currently doing. You will see sectors where people are in the wrong jobs, for example. You will see sectors with abundance of skill where you will get the highest return. So that if government is intervening, it's expensive to intervene, because I'm looking at it from the angle of optimizing available resources. As per your question, it's expensive to intervene, whether in the short run or in the long run. So if you want to diversify, You can take, for example, the Labour Force Statistics and look at sectors where you will get optimal return, where you have abundance of skills, but you have a lot of skill mismatch in terms of type of job people are currently doing. So I will stop here.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. Haven't they done a fantastic job? And so we've created a foundation for discussions to begin, and I'm looking at my time, it's just about 8 minutes or so to 12. I will open the floor now for questions. Anyone, do you have a question for Professor Abiola Arosanyin? Anyone has a question so that we can take it first, so that you can leave. I also saw, there are also questions as it were to the NBS officials, because they presented. And if you also have questions, we can actually throw to them. I see that SG has a full written note of paper. So he's taking notes too. So let's start by taking our numbers. Can I have someone assist me over here to give the mic? Okay, to the man at the back with glasses. Yes, we also have online questions. So you're number 1. The man with the cap is number 2, number 3. How come no ladies? Okay, the lady number 4, then number 5. Okay, so we take that, then we'll come to questions online. I can see that Obuba, Adams, Peter, and Ubuna also have questions. So number 1 question, please. Please, your name and perhaps your organization, and make your question very quick. 30 seconds, please. Thank you. And who is addressed to?
Yeah. Olowookere is my name, and I'm from.
What are you supposed to ask a question where you're supposed to be here the second time? Yeah? Should I overrule you with that? Okay, just ask.
Yes, thank you very much, CSEA and NBS, and thank you very much, Prof. My question is, I just want to know about what efforts are the universities making, basically, in terms of advancing labor market studies. Because around the country, when you're having conversations about the labor market, most of the conversations end up with maybe papers running regression of GDP growth, unemployment rate, and so on and so forth. And I think that maybe that's a challenge coming from maybe applied microeconomics programs. Because I think that if labor economics is basically applied microeconomics study. So as part of the response of the schools, of the universities to helping advance labor statistics and labor economics in the country, I want to know what will be your action on this one.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Prof should just take that answer before you go, because he's talking about labor studies and we'll come back. Yes, Prof.
Thank you very much. I like that very, very well, because again, this is how we can help, or how we can work together. I'll give an example of some of these. Most universities will teach labor markets as part of macro. I mean, my 101, my 102 now, I'm teaching the level macro. I have, employment and employment as, one of the topics there. So for most universities who have it as part of, macroeconomics, also at the graduate level. But you also have some universities that have, labor economics. Okay, depending whether they have this, the lecturer position. You see, where, and I don't want to put everything on MPAs because of the resources constraints. But where we will be headed is to have, specialized programs on labor market studies that can be more focused, can do research, can apply research and other things on the labor market that is broader than what you just teach at the macroeconomics level. Now, we have an example of that, like in National University, like here, you have capital market studies program that Professor Walike is leading, So you have intervention directly, okay? And because, one of the major macroeconomic indicators is employment. And it leads to everything, poverty, to so many other things, labor market, labor market efficiency, search and match, and all of those other things in perfection there. It is an area that government and the private sector can mount some of those programs, okay, that will just focus on labor market studies, that research can be done, more dissemination can be done, and you can then train people, that will become more expert, will become expert in this area. So that is one area. The other area of intervention will be to actually have this kind of workshop for lecturers in macroeconomics and labor market studies. Just for them. Because those are the ones that deal with that. So that they can have this exposure. Because there are people that do that PhD studies. And if I want to put it to help people now, for those who are doing PhD studies, how do we reconcile the past with the present? Like I said that you have to forget the past. Is it possible to forget the past? So how do they, because now the modeling becomes extremely difficult. You have to look at historical context. How do we get here? And you have an employment data that is trending this way, and then you have this sharp fall, and then it starts going again. How do you marry that? If it were possible, and I think MBS did it for some time, maybe to have the two data, going together. You have the old methodology, you are pushing it forward. You have the new methodology, you are pushing it forward. Okay, so that at some point, maybe I don't know how they're going to marry, but we can think through that, get experts together, statisticians, and want to work together, and how to see whether there's a way we can actually get those two data to work together. Because now they are created for those who are the PhD, or those are the research this year, because how do they continue? It's a major problem.
Thank you very much, Professor Adenikeji. Please, a round of applause. Dr. Taiwo, I hope you sufficiently answered your question. Okay.
The lady that presented the last presentation, Abiola, okay, she mentioned certain figures about women. I would like to get clarification. Is it possible if we could get the entire report itself? Yes, because of the nature of what we do at Plan International, we need such evidence for our programming, for our a lot of things. Yeah, so we would like to have that. Like the active force, the young people who are most active, not having jobs to do, and the women or girls who are also vulnerable, not having jobs to do. We would like to have that. Then lastly, please, I think in Nigeria, majority of us here in Nigeria, I believe we know what to do. We have never lacked policies or what to do. It's just that we just do not, the willpower, we just are not doing it. For example, please, we are talking about gainful employment or underemployment or what have you. We are all aware we don't have to be geniuses to know that if we have power, if we have electricity, if we have sufficient energy, that it will generate more employment. But we are not doing it. Like the brother from the World Bank, he said something, say government resources are scarce. Government cannot intervene or support in every sector. For the past how many years? Yes, for the past how many years? Did the government support the electricity sector enough, even at the detriment of education, or supporting education? What has government done that we can say?
I think your point has been noted. And this is your comment. I don't know if it's for this panel.
It's for all of us. It's for all of us.
Yeah, because you're talking about the issue of enabling business environment, one of those critical factors, which is power. But I think the first thing which you talked about is like the MBS engaging with journalists and, speaking to journalists, or at least doing like a tutorial, let me put it that way. And I think when the SG comes back to the hall, I will mention that because there are some other agencies that do stuff like that, that get journalists in the room and make them understand. I don't know, I've not seen the Mr. Echedi or Dr. Echedi, I don't know if you guys do it at the MBS, at least I've not been invited to any. So When the SG comes back, we'll take that. Number three. Number three, please. No, number three is here. I can come and sit down and observe. I never say no to knowledge anytime.
Okay. My name is James Emmanuel. I work as a data analyst with the International Center for Investigative Reporting. So I have two questions. One is, what kind of system warrants working with the new methodology that we use for the labor force? What kind of system warrants us to adopt that kind of methodology, the new methodology? Because take for instance, if you say the unemployment rate in the UK is 3%, then we should be able to reason that UK has a system that creates enormous job opportunities, and their graduates are usually employable. Employable in the sense that they are equipped with the necessary skills that as soon as they graduate, they are gainfully employed. So that is the first question. Then the second question is, I'll throw it to MBS. It's about child labor. I noticed they didn't capture that in their report, but I know that child labor and out of school children work hand in hand. What efforts are they trying to make in order to inform the stakeholders the necessary information about child labor, so that it will help them in order to reduce the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria?
Thank you. The first question, who is it directed to? Because second question is to Okay, anyone can take it. So number 4, please. Please, let's be fast. I know we didn't start on time. We lost like 30 minutes at everything, but let's be brief so that we can go on the team.
All right. Thank you very much. Well done to the organizers of this event and the panelists. They've done justice to what has been discussed today. My first question, Professor Adedeji, you had already touched on it. Is there a way that the old methodology and the new methodology can coexist side by side? Because, of course, I understand that the essence of this new computation methodology is for the statistics across countries to be comparable. But if the idea is for us to have statistics that our policymakers can act on to pull people out of poverty and ensure that the jobs we have are the types that create social safety net, then there is a need for the two methodologies to exist side by side. And the second question is directed at NBS. In their presentation, I saw that the way they arrived at the figures is 10 households were surveyed in a state. In Abuja alone, there are 180,000 households. If NBS goes to 10 households, I think it's grossly inadequate. Sorry? Maybe they didn't show. I saw it on the slides that they presented. If I didn't see right, please, I stand to be corrected. Thank you.
Okay, number 5.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Bakare. I'm a digital economist from University of Abuja. I have only one question, and to just MBS. Nancy, I enjoy your work on AI. Thank you very much. I'm happy I'm seeing you for the first time. My question is this. It's to your question again, but I'm going to provide an escape route. How can we capture the economic activities of this ever-growing army of workers in the virtual space? That question is actually for MBS, not for ILO. Dr. Diallo, thank you for your effort, but in my experience, it's for MBS. Why? I will tell us why. They are virtually working from home. Some are in the villages. In other words, they are not offering visibility to be taxed. And then thirdly, they improve host economies. You know, all of us here use Netflix. And Netflix, we call it over-the-top technology. you cannot actually capture them within your macroeconomic planning because they fly over your head and the revenues they generate per se goes to host economies. And for MPS to be able to do this, we have to look at social media platforms. I'm talking about Facebook, Amazon, Jumia, and the like. And if someone tells you you cannot capture them, it's a lie. They have IP addresses. I'm telling you, there are over 10 million of them active in Nigeria, any income. But the thing is that they are, so to say, in the dark. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a number 6? I think that's the last. And that's a very fantastic question because I mentioned it. Earlier. It's a very hard one. We see that FIRS is coming to say they will tax that digital space, and everybody's crying hula baloo. So I don't know how the MBS will coordinate that. Now let's go to the online one. I hope I can read. I can't read from here. Get close. Obama says can I have the mic, please? For the purpose of fair comparison and reference, will there be a computation of the data using the old methodology, especially the source, as the source data is the same and the report can be automated without extra data processing due to advent of the point? I think this is a question for MBS, so MBS can take note of that. The second question from Peter is, I want to know if the presentation will be shared with participants. I want to find out some more work about the work MBS is doing on statistics on agriculture and employment. Thank you also for the MBS. So for your presentation to be shared. Jonathan, okay, I'm seeing another one. Okay, let's take, we go there. So there are other metrics that correlate with unemployment. One of them is the crime rate. If we're saying that our employment rate mirrors that of developed countries, why is our misery index almost non-existent? This is a very good question. Why is our crime rate low? Why is the quality of life better? Why do you see people meaningfully productive? Why are companies moving to where they are guaranteed safety and return on investment? I think this question should be to Esther. Yes. Adedeji says, I'm of the view that producing disaggregated data by states in Nigeria is long overdue, particularly productivity data as cited by Esther. What is the MBS doing to ensure that we have disaggregated data for GDP by states in order to give more meaning to labor statistics? I think we have this now. We have GDP by states. So, Dr. Adedeji Adeniran. Lastly, Jonathan, unemployment rate of 5% and poverty rate of 40% reported by the NBS seems contradictory. Can NBS explain the theoretical foundation behind the new Labour Force Statistics framework, bearing in mind that 5% unemployment rate means the economy is operating at full capacity? This point, I think we've also sufficiently addressed it earlier. Isn't it? So, just before we come to the answers, SG, let me just reiterate some of the questions that are directed at NBS, so that you can, listen and perhaps if you want to make comments later. The journalist here mentioned, there's an agency in the country, big one, and I don't want to mention their name. They call us it intermittently. We call it Chatham House. A few of us senior people, editor-in-chiefs, publishers, and all of that, they call us together and they intimate us of their plans and all of that. So what that journalist was really asking is if there's something like that for journalists in terms of tutorials, as it were. Because sometimes the issues are really lost in the headlines. And you see that sometimes when you read some of these papers and all of that, you see that they're not sabi wetin dem dey talk, as it were, and these are the people, Nigerians will read them and get information from that. So that journalist was asking if you can do something like that in terms of, educating the journalist, because it's a very technical area. The other question also is what systems will warrant the adoption of the new methodology? That's for you. The other question on child labor, also for you. If child labor was also looked at there, old and new methodology to coexist, Prof also mentioned it. Then the question on number of households surveyed, I guess Abiola and Saheed can answer that. If 10 was actually there, I didn't see 10, but you would answer that. Then MBS, capturing work in a virtual or digital space. That was like the last question before you came in terms of how do you capture digital workers? The people selling on Instagram, the people working in the digital space. How do you capture them? So I think we can now begin. Dr. Olumide, your question has been answered. So, yes. Okay, so who wants to go first?
Depends on the area.
Okay, I think Esther, you can go with that question.
Okay, so that was a full question, but what I got around the question was around why are businesses, if things are really looking good in Nigeria, why are businesses leaving the country? And yes, so it's a valid question. We've seen a number of businesses across different sectors leave and exit the country in the last couple of months and years, right? There are many things that businesses look at, right, in terms of making that kind of decision. But a common one is the entire business environment. Once it is difficult for businesses to do business in the country, then they begin to reconsider. Yes, Nigeria has the numbers in terms of population, in terms of consumption rates, but there are many factors they look at. So somebody mentioned power. Power is important. They also look at, for very ethical organizations, they will look at the corruption index and say, is it worth it staying in the country if we have to compromise on our values? So that's something else that is definitely looked at. And for some organizations, it's just that, and they do scan through the entire landscape. So West Africa, they can decide, oh, we don't need to be in Nigeria, we can be in X other, I'm careful not to mention other West African countries, but we can be in X country and just import it, or export into Nigeria and all. So those are some of the reasons. Beyond the labor numbers, they look at other factors that matter.
Okay. Is there the other? Okay.
Yeah, I think I think we should have ease of doing business. That's the main thing. The investors look at the ease of doing business because the focus is profit. That's what they're looking at. Now, if you watch me, I say profit. Profit most of the time is not in terms of the dollar or the real. Some people have some other definitions of profit that they look at when they come to you. And most of it depends on bilateral negotiations. So ease of doing business is an important factor.
Okay. Doctor, you want to respond? Because it seems many of the questions were pointed at the MBS.
Yeah, just before MBS, it seems that there are questions on the system underlying this new framework for work statistics. It's important to know that every 5 years, labor statistician will meet and discuss about a specific topic. And the last one focus on informal economy. It takes 5 years to discuss at a regional but also at global level. For each subject, like child labor statistics, this was 10 years ago, and the last one, informal economy. Before the global meeting, there are also regional meetings, like for Africa. NBS attending the one in Abuja. There was, I think there were almost 32 African countries. And in terms of coverage, I think out of the 54, we can say that Africa, the attendance was very well, good to reflect the vision of Bureau of Statistics on the subject. And regional view or position on each resolution or guidelines are reported in a report which is submitted at global level. And all of these resolution or guidelines are based on good practices. NBS can confirm that it's very open. It's not like that the resolution, the draft resolution will come and people will vote and say, okay, everything is perfect. No, it's very intensive discussion based on national circumstances, national experience. Country is not only NBS, but there are also participants from Ministry of Labor. There are also workers' organizations. There are also employers' group. This means that all these resolutions and guidelines are based on, I would say, consultation between data producers and data users to come up with a resolution. And this is the system beyond, and it's every 5 years. And the last one, there was almost 100% attendance from Africa. I think the region was very well represented. And at the end, it's not, even if I would say most of the time people will say ILO definition, but it's not ILO standard. It's international standard, because beyond ILO and NBS, when it's adopted, it will go to New York, where you have also international body, the ECOSOC, to adopt. It's past all this process and to become, and it's mainly based on good practices, but also different experience from different countries, and what works and what should not be used because it doesn't work. This is the system, to summarize, and this has been in place since 1923. Every 5 years, this kind of meeting is organized. ILO is the secretariat.
Doctor, what is the next meeting?
The last one was 20. Yeah,
Okay, 2028 is the next one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does that mean 2028 now we'll have another new one?
Yeah,
If all
no.
of you in the room have a consensus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This is the system to
Okay.
give an overview on the process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Wilson, you want to comment?
Just briefly, to react to the very important question someone asked online. And as a poverty economist, this is very something personal. So it's on the surface, it looks counterintuitive that unemployment is going down. Unemployment rate is going down, poverty is going up. Because in ideal situation, you expect to see a positive correlation between unemployment rates and the incidence of poverty. And that's what you see in an ideal environment. So that of Nigeria is peculiar because you have a situation what we call the working poor. When you have a job, you are not supposed to be poor. And I think it goes back to the issue we are saying that we should not get bogged down with your overhead unemployment number. Policymakers should be concerned that there's an issue here for us to intervene. People are working because they have no choice but to work. But the job they are doing is not enough to get them out of poverty. So it's sort of counterintuitive. So in the Nigerian context, you are seeing a negative correlation between unemployment rate and the incidence of poverty, which is not very standard. Just to reiterate again, there's enormous room for policy intervention. People are working, but the job they are doing is not meaningful to take them out of poverty. That's why we are saying what we're saying.
Thank you very much. So we'll use the next few minutes to listen to the MBS, I guess. Yes, please. Ms. Abiola. After that, okay, SG wants to talk. Okay, SG, what should we do? Should we allow Abiola then come after her? Okay.
Thank you, the Secretary of the Federation. So I'll answer a few questions.
Please come to the front.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll answer some of the questions. My colleague was to do justice to some, then SG will wrap up.
But it has to be very quick.
Yes.
We have to go for 3.
So the first one that talk about the data on women, please, we have this on our website. All the reports are there. Also, the micro data has been published for all these reports. They are all on our website, so you can access them there. That goes to plan. Then the other one, which asks about, are we capturing people that are doing virtual work? Yes, we are capturing them. The question on labor force, we collected this data at the household level, at individual level. That's why we are also trying to avoid prosing in our new methodology. So we are asking you as a person, in the last 7 days, did you do any activity? Any? Either online or in the office or anywhere on the street. Did you do any activity that give you profit or pay in the last 7 days? And we go ahead to also ask them where they are doing this business. And what of the options that we have in the questionnaire talks about online. So we capture them. Just that we have not really analyzed it down to the digital employment. And that is another thing that will come up in the next ICLS convention. because ILO is still developing. Together, we are still working on these statistics, but they are captured. They are part of the employment figure. Now let me quickly talk about the issue of the 10 households. You clearly say right, just that you misunderstood that. The 10 household is at the enumeration area level. We capture 10 households per EA. But if you look at the data that we presented, we said we capture over 35,000 households, precisely 35,520 households nationally. If you divide this by 37, it will give you 960 households at the state level. Let me quickly also answer a question on child labor. So, we conducted a survey on child labor present in Nigeria 2021-2022, and the data will be published, so I will allow Mr. General to announce the date for the release of the child labor survey report. Okay, I have the permission to announce that. So by the grace of God, come next month, April 18 precisely, we'll be disseminating the data on child labor. And going forward, we are also including data on child labor in our labor force, starting from this year. So by the end of 2024, we'll be having data on child labor going forward. And the last thing that I would like to talk about here is when is the state report coming up, which is overdue. Again, next month, which is April 2024, we'll be releasing the data on at the state level, also by sector, first labor reports, annual reports exhibited at the state level and by sector, April 2024. Thank you. And I'll hand over to Saheed to take some other questions.
I think you answer almost every question. Yeah. Except for maybe the possibility of the old and new methodology being produced together. We don't want to continue in this line for some reason. And this is the reason. Like we said, we are adopting an international standard. For the GDP computation, we did not have a Nigerian crafted definition. It's the international standard definition we are using. Inflation computation is the same as the international standard. So having a Nigerian standard totally different from international definition of employment would be misleading. So I would say we should try and stick to this. And for those people developing model, yeah, we can talk to the professors and all that and see how this can work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please, let's also invite SG to make a comment. SG wants to make a comment. Yes. Very magnanimous of him. Because the session is still later. Okay, SG.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I think today has been a very productive day for us at MBS and CC, and we thank all participants that have found time to attend this event. Just general comment, not in any order, not addressing anybody at the panel. But we'll start by saying that what we are doing in MBS and what is happening today is an attestation to one of the key functions of MBS as stipulated in our Statistics Act, section C6, 6C, which is to develop and maintain high-level standards, best practice, and sound methodology for the production of statistics in the country. So when we talk about adopting new methodology, that is to fulfill our mandate, and you can see what the other have been saying, that what we are doing is the best practice to produce data that can be compared with other nations, and also to adopt the new latest methodology in our estimation. Not only for labor force, we are also having the same thing happening in our GDP and CPI. Not about 3 weeks ago, we hosted a whole statistics office in West Africa to harmonize the methodology that we are using to compute both GDP and CPI. And Nigerian Office of Statistics the one that goes there. So it's a continuous process. Methodology doesn't stand in one place. As our world is evolving, as technology is evolving, methodology of capturing data relating to them must also be changing. That is what we are witnessing. It's not something unique or different from what is happening in other countries. So the first thing is that we should know that MPS is doing what is best for the country by adopting this new methodology. The other comment I have is about our collaboration with academia. We started working in this area. Last year, I was at the University of Ibadan, Department of Statistics, discussing with all the senior management in the department on how we can work together in terms of how do they take our data and relate it to theory that they are teaching in the class, and then give data to students to conduct their research and write their papers and all that, which is what we are discussing here today. We have started that. Presently, we are developing what we call the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics, which will give us the pathway to the direction of statistics in the next 5 years, 2024 to 2028. In all the workshops that we had, culminating to this report, there is nowhere we go that we don't invite people from academia, from university, from polytechnic, to attend our workshop and to make presentation to us. And in that document, now that strategic document, we have a whole chapter dedicated to how academia, research institutions can work together with MPS to develop data for the country. So we are already working in that space. The other comment is about GDP being driven by formal economy. But we all know that in Nigeria, that is what that data is saying, that our GDP is being driven by informal economy. For instance, it was mentioned trade, agri, telecoms, all these sectors that are driving the economy, that are the leading contribution to our economy, are driven by informal sector, not the formal aspect component of them. So the data is still corroborating what is happening at the GDP side. Then the other one is decent work. Yalo was talking about decent work, and we are saying what MPS is going to do on that. The first thing is that to talk about decent work, if we don't have this data that we are presenting today, how do we know that people are not even working in a decent work? The work they are doing is not even a decent work. But data is showing that, look, people that are engaged, they are not engaged in the formal wage employment, and the work they are doing are not the decent work according to SDG to be measured. So, if you cannot measure it, how do you fix it? That is what this data is saying. You have given the data, it's now for policymakers, for government, and other players to now take it and use it to address the issue of decent work. And going forward, when we have stabilized on this new methodology, then we start to look at how do we measure the indicators that have been stated for decent work as well. The other one is skill analysis, disaggregation by education level, by state disaggregation, by industry sector, and all that. When we have the full year report, and we are sensitizing people again, that a full year report is coming in April, where we are going to have further disaggregation of all these macro that we have seen, going down to what causes are people needing, what level sector of the economy is employing people and all that. So that report will come out and we see more detail in it. So we should be expecting that to come. So the issue of skill, the issue of industry and all that will come out vividly from that report. Then I also want to talk about establishment survey. We also mentioned it to complement the labor force survey. In 2022, we conducted what we call the National Business Sample Census. It's a census of businesses. And from that business, after getting that list, we also conducted what we call the National Survey of Establishment. By the time the report of that survey is coming out, we see how we complement it with what we have in the labor force. So we already conducted establishment survey, national establishment survey, but the result is not yet out. So we see what we get from there. The other one is on the issue of big data, use of artificial intelligence, machine learning to complement what you are doing. People are already talking about Amazon and all that. So presently in NBS, we are establishing what we call the Data Innovation Lab. It's a new concept that is coming up on data transformation. So we are already working with AFGB and World Bank to establish this, and the Office of National Statistics in UK to establish this data innovation lab. It will be handling all issues related to use of artificial intelligence, use of machine learning, harvesting data from big data and complement it with what we are producing. So we are already having in mind to work in that space as well. Then we look at journalists, workshops for journalists. I think the director is here. He already has plan. I'll make sure you call he has planned about 2 workshops will be organized for media and journalists alone this year. So where all these things will be coming up, new data that we are going to be releasing as well will be well discussed at that workshop. Digital workers, how do we capture them? Presently, we are working on the basis of our GDP, where we capture new sectors. Last week, we were with the Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy. We have discussed data exchange among ministry, department and agencies of government. And after that event, we agreed that we are going to meet this coming Friday, this week, to discuss more about how do we capture digital economy in terms of number of people engaged and the value they are adding to the economy. So there is already arrangement with the ministry to get this on. So we are going to be having some data from our basin on what is happening in the digital economy space. I think I would like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for the Statistics. And I hope, thank you. I hope our media people are still here because a lot of policy statements have come out from what we said. Data Innovation Lab, and also like SG, you almost got it out of my mouth, but I said I will ask you later in private. When you talked about the rebasing of Nigeria's GDP, because we are overdue for it. I think the last one was done in 2013, during Dr. 2014, during when Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala was finance minister and the former SG. So a good one. I can't wait for it to come out. Let's see if we moved from about close to $500 billion to where now. If we still do number one, or we'll drop. So thank you very much for saying that. And so I think at this note, we've spent quality time, haven't we? Yeah. Please clap for yourselves. You've been a very wonderful audience. And let's clap for my panelists. I personally am really going out of here very prompt. So much knowledge. It's like so many things to go drive. So thank you very much. But I'll be heading over to Aver now. We'll still have another panel, so it's not done yet. We'll get into another session. So thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you. Please, one more time, a round of applause for this very robust panel. Thank you so much. I was not expecting any less from Chief Nancy. And she did an amazing job. Did she not do an amazing job? Please, one more time, a round of applause for her. Thank you. And of course, we started off with presentation, Labour Statistics 101 by Mr. Saheed, and also that very vibrant and energetic presentation from Ms. Abiola. I will not forget your face in a hurry. Also, we had our discussants, Professor Diola, Professor Uchechi, Esther, Adegule,
Dr. Diallo and Dr. Godstein. Thank you so much for that very thought-triggering conversation. Thank you. I almost forgot to acknowledge our online participants. We have 56 of them. I really wish they could wave, but we're waving at you all. Our online participants, they've been with us and they've been part of the conversation. As you can see, they have been dropping in questions. So the link of this workshop is still on. You can go to CC's Instagram page and tap the bio. You can get the link and, of course, invite more people. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor, it is my honor again, to just bring up Chief Mrs. Nancy Illoh as the moderator for the second panel session. Please, a round of applause for her. She's going to do justice to that and take us through. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I can be here. Yes. Thank you very much, Aver. So we'll get into this. But I don't know why Nwosu is still there. I've become Nwosu Nigerian for close to a decade. I'm always still addressing with my native name. So it's Illoh-Nnaji. But anyway, it's okay. I know that it's one of those things, for those of us that are own personalities. All right, very quickly, we will take these three presentations consecutively. And I think I've spoken to Dr. Adedeji Adeniran. This presentation should be short and sharp because, this is almost 1:30 now. So we'll take the first presenter, Dr. Adedeji Adeniran. He will be speaking about systems approach to labor market analysis within the context of the title or the topic for the session 3 panel, which is analyzing the impact of labor force data, implications for policy formulation, resource allocation strategies, aligning programs with labor market trends. So this is like, 303, okay? Because 303 now. We've done 101, 102, 103 now, as it were. So, Dr. Adedeji Adeniran, please over to you. Your 8 minutes, so.
Thanks, everyone. So I will be presenting some of our thoughts around what we've spoken before, but in more larger context around discussing labor market. And I think my framing of the conversation is more around solution. I think we need to be talking about what is the way forward in this conversation. And we can actually not solve the problem without really thinking labor market in a very system way. What I mean by system thinking around labor market is the fact that, just imagine if you have an headache, right? Doctors will tell us that there are about more than 1,000 illnesses that could be caused of that headache, right? But as a person, I know most of us, when we have an headache, we don't just go and do tests. What do? We get paracetamol and take one and get over it. So that's actually treating the symptoms. But if you really want to really treat the headache, you need to get to the source. So when one actually treat the problem that has been identified, the informality, the problem with underemployment that we've spoken about, we really need to get to the deep of what does this system look like. And that's actually what my presentation will be all about. So the system approach, why is it important? It enables us to look at labor markets in really decomposing into what elements make up the labor market. We can see the connection between all those various elements. We can see the feedback loops, and we can also understand what we call the emergent goals of the system. I will define the emergent goal of the system, I think, but a lot of us has highlighted part of it in terms of the SDG goals for in terms of decent jobs. Also, we need this system analysis for us to understand that labor market is just a subsystem in the larger economic and social system. So, by we doing this system analysis, we can see the feedback from labor market to other systems and see how they interact and work together. So why do we also need to really think systematically in terms of this solution? I mean, when we do system diagnostics, I'm someone that does system analysis. We talk about the fact that when you see changes in a system, 6 things matter. Any of the 6 things should take place before we talk about system changes. So, for example, when the argument around, labor market moved from 30% to 5%, if we look at it from system lens, nothing could change without any of these 6 changes. Either we talk about policies, practices, resource flow, the relationship and connections, the power dynamics, and the mental models. So if someone said it's moved from 30% to 5%, what has changed? So if nothing has changed, you know it's just the statistics, which is just the methodological clarification. For us to really say things have changed, we then need to be talking about the policies, the practices, the resource flow, and what are the relationship and connections, what are the power dynamics, what are the mental models that needs to really take place in order for us to know that something practically has to change. And the idea is this: we cannot have system change. I mean, when you talk about labor market addressing the problem, without really understanding whether the tools that we have around all of these elements and how we can use that tools in order to confront the problem. So this is, like I said, a way of thinking about the system in the labor market. When we look at labor markets, some of the emergent goals that we really set for ourselves, for example, is that young people should be able to have jobs, right? Should be able to decently engage. And what do we mean by decent engagement? We can see it here, having meaningful and dignified jobs. So we want a situation whereby, I think a lot of people have posted the pictures. We want a situation from the graphics we presented in the morning. So a graphics that looks more like this, whereby the unemployment is very low, and you can see employment in formal sector and maybe employment in informal sector is. So we set the goals to shift like this. How do we arrive at that goal? The first step is the education sector, right? And when you look at the Nigerian education system, 3 layers of entry points that it defines how you enter into the labor market, or expectedly that you should enter the labor market is, for example, secondary school. I mean, after basic education, you are already trained to enter the labor market. That's actually the expectation, or higher education, or vocational training. So all of this education system, we call it the post-basic education system. And in this post-basic education system, we expect that if it is at quality level, we can actually train our manpower, and we can expect that they should be able to contribute more. The other part is the transition. Most times we actually omit this in our analysis when we talk about labor market. But again, we believe that economic analysis tells us that demand and supply. And in demand and supply, we tend to think about it as the invisible hand of the market really coordinating the employers and the job seekers and employers of labor. But most times we know that in recent times, sometimes they are also visible hand of government. There are many challenges that are there that increasingly we are seeing new actors in the labor market, which we call transition actors. So all of that means that for us to really think about systemless in labor market analysis, we can't just focus on these emergent goals in terms of the labor market itself, or what we say. We need to understand all the process and what gets into this. So we need to understand the education sector, we need to understand the transition actors and the transition system. So, for example, some of the analysis we've done in that part, this is just like a proposed system framework we've seen. In our analysis of youth system in about 7 African countries. And what we did was actually to identify various elements, right, within the various components I've mentioned, within the education sector, within the transition, and within the labor market itself. So you could see that state comes in as the one that defines the overall goals. It can curate institutions like education authorities, or it could curate institutions like economic management institutions. these education authorities, they are the part of people that create the education system where we train our leaders. But also the economic management institution, they are the ones that provide enabling environment for job creation we talked about. But the education sector and job creation in recent times do not connect well with one another. And increasingly, we are seeing the transition support growing in a lot of African countries. We are seeing services like placement services. An example is Jobana. We are seeing incubators. Just recently, NSIA, they announced the process of what? Bringing in new industry. We also see entrepreneurship support in almost every in our institution. So that is telling you that there is a lot of process element that's really, really taking place in the process of achieving that goal of what? Making sure that young people have access to dignified and fulfilling jobs. But that's not just the only role of the state. As you can see up there, there is also a very critical role for non-state actors, the international development partners, the research communities, the player role, the civil society, even the media. But also, increasingly, when we talk about labor markets in recent times, the role of education is also changing. And that's actually why we highlighted the alternative learning environment. We now have micro-credentials that people have access to. All of that we need to actually embrace and understand it in order to know how do we really want to develop labor resources to provide and achieve the goals of fulfilling jobs. Now, so if we think about, we are not saying this is the right system for Nigeria, but if we think about this system, what does it imply? Why is it important? So we could highlight some of why that's important. It enables us to test some assumption that, okay, it's not just only the invisible end of the market and that, but there are other things like information gap is a problem, skill mismatch could be an issue, networks play a role in job search and getting jobs. There are emerging actors and transition actors, but also the role of in labor market, we should not just think about the labor market as the dividing system. It's a part of the subsystem, and it exists within the education sector. I think one thing that someone mentioned, I think it was President Trump something, he said that he wants to cancel the Ministry of Labor and replace it with just one ministry, Ministry of Education. The reason he highlighted for that is that both of them are doing the same thing. It's just one curating the input into the other ones. We might argue with that, but the idea is that every of these systems actually are connected. They work hand in hand, and it's only when we understand that interconnectivity that can really, really make progress. Briefly, I just want to talk about what does this mean. So when we actually unpack this very well, you could see that it's not just about we looking at labor demand, labor supply, and the enablers for employment. But we could also think, for example, education. There's learning demand, there's learning supplies, there are also enablers in that area. There is transition actors, which some of it are led by a demand-led transition, some are supply-led transition, and we also need to create enablers for transition actors to occur. What I'm saying in all of this is that when we think about solution to the problem of whether unemployment or informality in Nigeria, we need to actually collect more data in order to understand the role of all of this institution. It is when we understand the role of this institution that we begin to really, really solve the problem. So just to my, the paracetamol, the headache analogy I was trying to make. If we concentrate on this alone, we might miss the problem emerging from other sources. And when we look at just the labor data alone, we might miss also the data that is as important as what is coming out next week. Now, the important thing is this. I would argue that for us to actually then really, really think in a system heart around labor market in Nigeria, it's not just a function for the National Bureau of Statistics. It has a lot of role for all of us. Why I'm saying all of us is when you talk about statistics or how to track all of this, Some of this data will come from the private sector. Some of this will come from think tanks. Some of this will come from researchers. So it's not just about survey. What about the administrative data? So all of this actually has to be integrated in a system. So what I'm saying is we need to also curate a system of data, a data system around labor market, such that we know what is going on in different aspects of the economy. So what are the data we need? I will just highlight some of the data we are talking about. So for example, PBE stands for post-basic education, which is just a combination of higher education, senior secondary, and vocational training. So if you look at what I mentioned in terms of what we need to be tracking, we need to be tracking around those 6 conditions of change. And you could see that we need a lot that we need to know. We need to know about the curriculum, we need to know about teacher training, we need to know about our accreditation system. We need to know about resource flow, we need to know about our infrastructure. We need to know about the partnership between the education and industry. And we need to know whether, in terms of participation, how does it flow? In terms of attitude, what are the things that happens within the education sector itself? But we look at learning supply in terms of even the institutions that are creating this labor force. What are the workforce capacity? What are the institutional quality? And how resilient are even this system, even to shocks that could happen? Because one thing that is actually very important in labor market, it's very dynamic, it's very complex. An education system that is not resilient cannot produce skills for the labor market. So how resilient are our education system to shocks, the mindset and the growth mindset that we create in our education system. So all of this is something we need to actually track. How do we track it? Is it at the school level, at the survey level? I think it's a conversation we need to have. But we need to track it in order for us to understand where the source of the problem is. Like I said, in terms of system thinking around labor markets. But also we need labor market analysis. I mean, we need more data in terms of what are the growth enablers, for example, in Nigeria, right? What are the policies to promote entrepreneurship, access to resources, doing business? What about industrial education collaboration? What are the network platforms that we are curating? What are even imagine? What solutions are they providing? What are the power dynamics in the labor market? And how do we ensure this? So all of this, without going through each one by one, is just telling us about the data sets or a kind of things that we need to track, that we need to understand, and that this might be, when we combine it with the data that we have been shown today, we can begin to ask the question, the headache that we talk about, which in our own case is the problem of informality, is the problem of high underemployment. What is the cause of this problem? And we then begin to actually address and talk about the solutions to the problem. So I will leave it there. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll move to the next presenter, and this will be an interesting one, which is the policy makers' dilemma. Because in all of this, the issue or the core of it all is that all the data that is being, collated, sourced, is used for policy making. And to do justice to this is Dr. Afolabi Olowookere, who I've known for a while, very sound doctor. And let me also put an advert for him. He has a book. For those of us that say there's no data in Nigeria, this doctor has done a fantastic job in curating the data of Nigeria, as in all the data in a book called Nigeria in Figures. He launched it last year. I was in Lagos for the launch. So please, with a round of applause, help me and welcome the You should have come for years. Please, another round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, let me say thanks to the CC for giving us there. You guys are very nice people here. Very nice. I was telling a friend, I said, I look forward to one day that I'll have something like this. Amen. Also, thanks to NPS and other dynamic statistics, great jobs we are doing. And I think we are better now than the way we used to be. We can always get better. So congratulations and good jobs. Thank you for being with us. So this afternoon I'll be talking to us on the Nigerian Labour Force Statistics, a policy maker's dilemma. And I'll be wearing kind of multiple hats. I'm someone that works on data a lot for many years, and also try to build and run models. So I'm a user of data. So I will tell us my experience, probably share one or two things. You can see some of my processes also here. But in the process, we can pick some things that we can. I'm also an economist, so I'll try to blend all of them together. Methodology changes I will speak about. The policy makers dilemma I will talk about. Business laws. I will talk about broader economic views. Then I will try to see some recommendations. So the first thing I would like us to look at is that Nigeria wants to reduce unemployment. I mean, everywhere you go to, policymakers will say one of our goals is to create jobs. I'll give you an example. 8-point agenda of the current government. One major point there is what? Job creation. I mean, please follow the example. The president says, I want to create jobs. It doesn't tell us the type of jobs. And for most times, if you achieve that, you can also achieve many other items in the agenda. Let's look at what the National Development Plan says. We want to reduce unemployment rates from 3.3% in 2020 to 19.6% in 2025. And we are going to be creating 21 million new jobs. We ran the model. NBS was represented, and we did this. Nigerian Agenda 2050 says we will reduce unemployment to 9% in 2030, 6.5% in 2040, and 6.3% in 2050. And it was very clear in some of this plan that for Nigeria to achieve this target, we need to work hard. Interestingly, the methodology changes, we just got to 2050. That is a dilemma to a policymaker. I mean, people have said today, we have a plan, we have achieved it. I mean, by data, not by the impact of the people. Although some of these figures are not comparable, but the current figure is lower than 2050 target. These are generated a lot of debates. Why such debates are necessary for improved statistical system in the country, the NPS has also defended its position, which is good. I mean, it's good for everyone. So what do we see in methodology? Let's look at this. In 2010, unemployment in Nigeria was 21.4%. So politicians will say, elect me, I will reduce it from 21.4 to 15. Some of them are even ambitious, I will eradicate unemployment. In 2014, we revised, we classified unemployed and underemployed. Then the unemployed came to 6.4%. It was a lot of issue, I could remember. People say, why, what kind of people? They, oh no, don't worry. Many of the people that you classify as unemployed before, they are actually underemployed. So the underemployed was 17.9%. So the figure is still relatively close. And we're moving. In 2018, 23.1, 20.1. You can see something. Unemployment rates by 2020 was almost at the same level that we had even before we changed the methodology. But by 2022, the thing just fell again. But there is something that is very important. anytime you revise the methodology, and I think one of the presenters, I think Saheed was saying, please, NBS may have to give us the old data now so that we can move forward. I mean, I will make those points later. In some of these cases, the old data were there for us to make comparison. Professor made a very valid point. Models have been built. Maybe you can remember, we had the data from 1970 into sector. There was a database collected power board from everywhere, extracted from different documents all over the country that we used to do sector labor force. Maybe I should also say this. As a user, when you are running models, growth models, you need data on capital, you need data on labor. Sometimes you need them disaggregated according to sectors so that you can tell your policymaker, if you do this in agriculture, this is the impact on manufacturing. If you increase labor productivity in the public service, this is the impact of the oil and gas sector. If you don't have it, the policymaker cannot do anything. Yes, we are going to be encouraging the policymaker to do evidence-based policy making. In fact, sometimes the one that is running the model for the policymaker how to improvise and get some abracadabra data and give to the policymaker. And that's not good for the country. Okay, so I also try to compare what we do in Nigeria with the rest of the world. Perfect for what MBS has said. It follows exactly what every other person is doing around the world. I mean, look at it. For most countries, the working age is 15 years and above. We used to do 15 years to 64. So we also follow most countries, which is also important for us to do what the world is doing. Except for countries like Egypt, Kenya, South Africa, Thailand, UK, and the US, which still retain 15 to 64. And countries like Ethiopia, Pakistan are still using 10 years and above. You can say child labor. In other words, there are differences in different countries. It doesn't mean that what you do now is the best or is the worst. There will always be a country that you are better than. So up to 2020, Nigeria working age was 15 to 64. Hours worked. Most countries also use less than 1 hour. So we also do what most of the other countries are doing. We're not doing anything bad. And definition for Nigeria was less than 40 hours until 2014 and less than 20 hours from 2014 to 2020. So the latest methodology now makes it 1 hour. It's also important for us to follow what the world is doing. Period of searching for work is almost the same thing with the rest of the world. Hours work, the same thing with the rest of the world. Available and searching for work, the same thing with the rest of the world. What does this catapult show us? It shows us that if you take Nigeria's old way of computing our unemployment rate, we will be an outlier. I mean, because everybody kind of cluster on the down parts. But if you use the new methodology, we are also like other people, except for countries like South Africa. I mean, somebody said one of the reasons why that's so. This new methodology has actually brought us to be like the rest of the world and make us more comparable to the rest of the world. I'm sure we're also going to have the access to the presentation. So this is just looking at different countries in terms of the definition and this and it just shows that we're also comparable to them. So, what should the policymaker be looking for? Number one, decent jobs. 75.6% working age in Nigeria are engaged in one type of job for at least 1 hour a week for pay or profit. What should the policymaker be interested in? As statistician has done his job, the policymaker can take it forward. One, you should be interested in the type of jobs that these Nigerians are doing and how well such jobs contribute to meeting their needs. So if I was a policymaker, what I would tell the NBS, you've done a great job, you follow international standard, but now I'm giving you resources to now do the second one. That's it. 12.3% Nigerians are underemployed. Then, policymaker, what are the measurable targets with timelines that are needed to move most of these people in this category to the employed category. 87.3% of those with jobs, they either operate their own business or engage in farming activities. What type of business are these Nigerians doing? And how well can we say they are decent jobs? Only 12.7% of Nigerians are in wage employment. I'm currently doing one work for one organization on impact of demonetization, now redesign on households. One major finding there is that people that are working in wage employment, they suffer less than people that were self-employed. And most Nigerians are self-employed. Therefore, the impact of demonetization in Nigeria was so big. So, policymakers will need to determine the advantage of being in wage employment and the optimal proportion of working in Nigeria that should be in this category. 4.1% are in subsistence farming, 92.3% are employed in the informal sector. That to me is a major issue. More information is needed on Nigerian informal sector, whether it can achieve the production, revenue, and export. When we talk about diversification in Nigeria, we talk about export diversification, production diversification, revenue diversification. Can this informal sector give us the desired level of this diversification? And how fast are we transitioning as a country? It's also important to determine what factors are putting people and keeping people or moving people into the informal sector. Broader economy views. Beyond the data, I think a lot have been said today. I like the way the MBS has said it. Let's look beyond the data. We need to also look at the bigger economic issues. So now we're talking economics to some extent. Economists by now will be trying to juxtapose the new unemployment numbers with their understanding of the fundamentals of the economy, especially as they relate to output, prices, and wage level. Economists so much believe strongly in those things. And the way they look at unemployment, the theories are there. The way unemployment relates with output is there. The way it relates with inflation is there. And it's difficult to actually compromise them. And these things are changing the way we are doing them. What is the lowest acceptable unemployment level that Nigerian economy can sustain without creating inflation? This is what the economists call natural rate of unemployment. So, when we throw out figures, the next thing somebody will ask you in a class of economics is, what is the natural rate of unemployment in Nigeria? That we can produce without necessarily creating inflation. An economy will be seen to be in full employment when the actual unemployment rate equals its natural rate, and the latter ranges between 4 and 6% for most advanced economies. So we too are, by that definition, when I was not very, they thought unemployment is high in Nigeria because we are a developing economy. Now they need to go and reteach me that it may be low in Nigeria because of the following reason, which is definitional. Therefore, it is beneficial to reevaluate Nigeria's natural rate of unemployment in light of the revised methodology, which has produced an unemployment of 5% and underemployment rate of 12.3%. Another issue, what is Nigeria's potential GDP and its determinants? This is defined as the value of output when labor and capital are fully utilized and the economy is in stable inflation rates. At full employment, where unemployment is at its natural rate, a country's actual and potential GDP are the same. Is more fundamental to an economist. In other words, if unemployment is so low, such that we are close to our natural rate of unemployment, then our potential GDP and our actual GDP are almost the same. It will be difficult for someone to now stand up and say Nigeria is not realizing its full potential in GDP. No. Except it's able to now qualify that and it will now have to be explained every time. However, an inflationary gap will exist when the unemployment rate is lower than expected. What does that mean? If our unemployment is lower than expected, then there will be an inflationary gap. Good example, good analysis for MBS. If you now explain that yes, we have too much employment, is so high, maybe even overemployment, that may also be used to explain our high inflation rate. Alibi, but we can do for it. What is therefore the relationship between Nigeria's unemployment and inflation rate? Economists explain this using what is called Phillips curve. Sorry, I'm taking us to it's Nancy that said Echo 1 001. And this shows that unemployment and inflation rates move in opposite direction, at least in short. At a low unemployment rate, inflation is expected to be high. Maybe it's explaining our current situation. Who knows? It will therefore be crucial to determine whether the current high inflation environment contributes to the relatively low unemployment rates. It's not a word for MBS, but it's a word for researchers. Sometimes maybe supported by MBS. Another point, what is the implication of a low unemployment rate for GDP growth? Economists have a lot of laws. This one they push it to what they call Okun's law. It says that a reduction in unemployment tends to be accompanied by increase in GDP growth. So if unemployment rate falls, GDP growth should increase. Depending on where Nigeria's natural rate of employment lies and its drivers, a relatively low unemployment rate figure in the face of high inflation implies that sustainable GDP growth will require more than a quantitative increase in the number of jobs, but more of productivity growth. That is, output per worker per hour will now be dependent on capital investment. If inflation is high, unemployment rate is low, then we cannot, and GDP growth rate is low, then we cannot increase our GDP growth rate by increasing our labor. Labor productivity then has to come. We also have a problem, it has to be capital productivity. These are just principles in economics that we can test or support to be tested. What is Nigeria's labor supply and how does it vary across sectors and other socioeconomic factors? I was glad today when I heard from the SG that we are going to show distribution by sector, very important. The last one was done Q3 2017 or 2018. The one before that we had stopped in 2011 or something that we collected at the time for one vision 2020 or vision 2010. But we got, so most time when we want to watch CG, they will just take that year alone and use it for the analysis. So if you can give us that, it will also be useful. So what are some of the recommendations that I have? Few ones as I round up. The policymakers should encourage and fund the production of unemployment figures that are based on consistent and comparable methodology. Number two, why the statistical authority should continue to use the best method? Because you can't say this is because in Nigeria, their definitions will be different. Not necessarily. To capture the important statistical employment, it should ensure comparability over time. That is why, as a young researcher, I had difficulty anytime they change GDP, you find that you cannot compare it. So you see, when I was in Agari, we see 1984 factor cost. Then later it changed 1990. It was a big problem. So somebody was presenting one day and the GDP growth rate was like 400%. And the professor said, the statistical authority may not tell you that, but they will put a footnote that from this to this is the base year. From this to this is the base year. And sometimes they tell you overlapping period because there's something called splicing. If you don't have overlapping period, you cannot splice. So when they give you that, they can check the methodology for a footnote, but also enable you to compare the former data with the new data. researchers, academics need to probe into the existing measure of unemployment, test alternatives for robustness, and share their findings with the statistical authority. Not only should we critique or criticize, definitely we can critique, but we can also share our findings. This is what we found. In the case of Nigeria, we can also do it this way, and I think it will be better. Data users should avoid getting carried away by mere statistics, but ask questions about the method used and progress made over the last period. While probing if there are methodology changes that may not allow for such comparability along with their implications. So when somebody gives you a figure, you say, oh, it has fallen a lot. Why? I'm changing methodology. Please put a footnote for me and explain the implication of the methodology changes. Otherwise, you'll be comparing, I once wrote a paper called Comparing Apples and Oranges. This same thing happens to Nigeria poverty rate. International organizations, they support us a lot. But when they support us to collect data that meet their needs, they must also encourage us to collect data that meet the needs of our policymakers. My conclusion, the NBS has revised Nigerian employment methodology and statistics in line with the global best practices, but the new figures are not comparable with the previous ones. Hence, it is difficult to measure the progress made by policymakers in reducing the country's unemployment rate. If somebody asks President Tinubu today, by how much have you reduced unemployment? He doesn't know what to say. I'll give an example. The president sometime, Muhammadu Buhari went on and said, we are going to take 100 million out of poverty. Wow, great, everybody clap. In 10 years. So they came back, we are running the models. How do you take 100 million out of poverty? We now realize that we do not even have 100 million people in poverty. Nigerian population, 200, 220. 40% of that, 80 million. Or 82 million, or at most 90 million. So that means we then have to create a model where we needed to put people in poverty so that we can take them out of poverty. Yeah, and it's reasonable because they give birth to children too, right? So we just have to assume that poor people give birth to more children so that we can take them away from poverty the next year. So if you ask the president now, what unemployment do you meet? What is the unemployment today? The president will say, I met at 3.2%, and by the grace of God, I'll reduce to 5%. Or he will just, if he's smart, he will just say, President, don't talk there. No, and the politicians are smart, he will just say, actually, the figures are not comparable, but we know it's falling. It's now 5%, but the methodology has changed. But he has passed the message. And I think Professor Adedeji was saying it. The politician can then go and sleep and say things are fine. For government that has a job creation as a key point on its agenda, this non-comparability and the fact that the majority of working age Nigerians are already engaged in one type of job or the other, suggests that the policymaker needs to pay more attention to the quality as against the quantity of the jobs to be created. In setting new targets for job creation and unemployment reduction, the policymaker needs to pay due attention to the type of job that the working age Nigerians are doing, as well as the proportion of those in the underemployed, wage employment, and informal sector category. So, if I'm the advisor, this is what I will tell the president. These are the things you pay attention to. Forget the number. Informal, women, underemployed. These are the things you pay attention to. In addition to these new unemployment figures, cannot be analyzed. It cannot be analyzed in isolation. Thus, a comparative or a comprehensive analysis of the Nigerian labour market needs to be conducted to establish the relationship with other key macroeconomic objectives, especially the attainment of high and sustainable GDP growth and a low and stable price level. Professor Adedeji said this the other time. A macroeconomy that has 4 objectives: low unemployment, high and stable growth, balance of payment is there, and the other one is low price level. it's difficult to analyze one in isolation. So when we throw out the figure, even though it's the best methodology internationally accredited that we are using, we should be able to quickly tell people this is how to interpret this figure, not only in isolation, but in how they relate to output growth and gaps, inflation, and productivity level in the country. Thank you very much.
I think Dr. Olowookere done a fantastic job. The class now, but it's just 303. For me, he said a number of things, and I know that the MBS also needs to take note of that, especially with the SG saying moments ago that the GDP will be based. So that means there's implication, for all of this. There's even implication for inflation that was released on Friday. So much is really a policy maker dilemma, and I just hope that our politicians are really taking it, and to get all stuff sorted. All right, let's move to the next presentation, and here we'll be talking about unraveling unemployment, dissecting meanings, variations, origins, and evaluation. And to do this is Professor Emmanuel O. Please, a round of applause.
Good afternoon. Okay, yeah. This is just like the theoretical part of what we've been discussing, but some of them that have been said I will skip. Then, but there is also one interesting thing I did using the new methodology which MBS has been using. I applied them to household data, especially general household survey, and the results are consistent. So I would like to present some of them at the end of the day. So, but we do know that Great Depression that occurred in the 1930s, 20s, that was the time people began to emphasize unemployment. Of course, before then, classical economists believed that the economy has automatic equilibrating mechanisms. Anytime there is temporary departure from equilibrium, in this case, equilibrium employment, they were talking about in terms of labor employment in agriculture and all that the economy would automatically reverberate back to equilibrium. That's in modern economy and econometrics. I call it error correction with high speed of adjustment. They believe there is short-run adjustment mechanism that will occur. But this did not happen during the Great Depression, and that was why economists in Cambridge like Kent, Card, and Co. started writing, trying to offer alternative explanation to the classical notion. And then Keynes came up with general theory of employment interest. I won't talk about that now, but that's how this originated. But that does not mean that Smith, Ricardo, and Co. didn't talk about unemployment, but they didn't emphasize it much because they believed equilibrium would always happen. This definition is very standard, and of course, International Conference of Labour Statisticians adopted this. And of course, there are three things that qualify somebody to be unemployed. One is that being unemployed for a given week, the person is available to take a job within 2 weeks, having actively sought a job in the last 4 weeks, and having found one starting in less than 3 months. These are complex definitions, but this is the standard. Of course, if you look at the instruments MBS uses to collect data, you see
that they carefully ask these questions. But when people respond, then you use software to analyze what the information you collected, and you get a result. Now, this is unemployment rate, percentage of people in the labor force who are unemployed. And we have different types of unemployment. There is what we call frictional, we have structural, we have seasonal. Then we do have also underemployment and so on. This hidden unemployment, they now call them discouraged workers, those who are no longer interested in searching for a job, even if they belong to what we call the potential labor force. The Reserve Bank of Australia, put this chart, and I liked it. I just wanted to. Well, if you look at it, a layman will understand this is a highly technical workshop. You see those who are not in the labor force and those who are in the labor force, but they all belong to the working age. So you see the classification here. Because of time, I don't need to explain because the chart is self-explanatory, I think. So this has been presented earlier by MBS, and we understood this. Why do economists care about unemployment? That's the question. What are the macroeconomic implications? What are the micro implications? One of them is that unemployment, one is it has direct effects on the welfare of the unemployed. One is psychological suffering, people searching for jobs for a long time, the psychology of not finding one we demoralize. Sometimes when like the presentations we've seen and listened to, this is something that is quite interesting about them. That paradoxically, low unemployment rates may well disguise substantial poverty. That is, as high unemployment rates can occur in countries with significant economic development and low incidence of poverty as well. So, which means sometimes when you see low unemployment reported, that does not mean that there is no poverty. I will show you, this is what motivated me to test the data, and then you see the results, which is of course consistent in a way. So there are also things economists have highlighted as we can read. People like Washer explore the effects of long-term unemployment on social mobility and intergenerational transmission. And they also talk about how it can be transmitted if it's not taken care of. Like OECD, there was a study on OECD by Nando, they found periods of higher unemployment are associated with widening income disparity. Of course, it doesn't take care of the economic problem. And also, we do have what we theoretically call possibility curves in the economy. The economy may not be optimally using resources, so it cannot be on its production possibilities frontier. So this is one reason. They try to analyze this in detail. Then the other one is business cycle explanation. In business cycle theory, when we see high unemployment, it means that the economy is moving to what we call drop, the bottom line of business cycle. And of course, this is usually followed by a decline in aggregate demand and so on. So, the other reasons, when we share this, you can see
But when we come to the application of international standards in defining statistics, countries sometimes differ. You know, there are some stubborn countries in the world that we say, oh, yeah, this is ILO standard, but we have to do national and then report that one side by side. That's why sometimes you see statistics reported and say ILO national. In this case, you give a footnote that in national statistics, these are the things you took into account to get those figures. So that they may vary slightly with the international. So reporting national and international may also be helpful in driving down certain things. So it depends on how data they are collected and so on. So this conceptual variation may, prompt countries to report both national statistics and international with footnotes. Okay, but in literature, just as we have pointed out, people try to explain what are the causes of unemployment. What are the standard explanation given in macroeconomics is coming from the real business cycle theory. Well, it's due to cyclical fluctuations in the economy. So the literature on this is clear, but very consistent with highly industrialized economies. Not in an informal setting. In an informal setting, because of information problem, we do not necessarily know whether cycles are, drive unemployment. And the other one is we have other things like technological change, automation, this AI and other things coming up, they are likely to influence kind of even labor market policies and institutions can cause unemployment or reduce it. So then there are also different studies on the heterogeneity of unemployment experiences across different groups, and also drivers of these disparities. There are skills mismatches. So, there are substantial studies, a number of studies going on around here. So the literature has provided valuable insights into the drivers, consequences, and policy responses. So this is not necessarily from economics theory of unemployment, but studies have shown it. Well, this is the formula to measure this. The statisticians have to develop it by measurement. Measurement approaches they find in the key indicators of the labor market 2013, which International Conference of Labor Statisticians do jointly with ILO. So this has been presented. I won't present this. So, measuring unemployment has a number of things people need to know. We will share this slide. And other. These are the things. I must tell you that they are all the instruments and MBS uses to collect data. But there are challenges. One of them is, how do you collect unemployment data? Well, the most trusted means is through the household surveys. Then the problem with household surveys is whether people are willing to cooperate in responding accurately to questions. Research has shown that in poor countries, people are not willing to provide meaningful information in most cases, even if it's going to affect their welfare positively, because they may begin to give interpretations. Who knows if you are asking me about my consumption, is it going to increase tax or something like that? So there is information problem. Then other possible ways in the administrative records And these ones are just only people who register. If you do not register as unemployed, this record won't capture you. And this is why a household data remains the most trusted means of getting it. And these administrative records may overstate or understate depending on how people cooperate when they are not employed. So these are the challenges you can see. I use them because I'm not going to report alternative statistics. So I use data which were collected by the MBS. And I used them 2015 and then 2018 GHS and applied it to this. I use the software there at level to compute the statistics. If you look at what you see based on those definitions, you begin to see that youth unemployment is still at a neighborhood of 8%. And then you look at how it's changing. But I use two periods to calculate rates of change as well. So I thought I would get 80% or 40%. So I had to redefine the variables. I saw they were correct. They were consistent with everything. I got this. Now, if you also look at the share of the labor force in percentage terms, you see the age group that has the largest and smallest shares. This also varies with, I did that by looking at education. But what I want to show is the working poor. Who are the working poor? You see that in the first period I used, we have about between 15 to 24 years, 55% working poor for male and 50 for female. In the second period, it dropped small, it dropped by from 1.7%, overall 2.7%. Then among the group between 25 and 65, but okay, then this is the percentage. So this is huge, just to show you that even though the same methodology reported low unemployment, but when you look at the wage earnings and then the poverty line, which was the use at that time, you begin to see substantial poverty masked by low unemployment. This is one of the things I saw. But then there is something that didn't break down also. The relationship between poverty and education still remains consistent here. If you see, if you look at this, whether male or female, as the level of education increases, the share of the population in poverty, in the working poor, is reducing drastically. This is again showing that education is very important. It's very important if you must fight poverty. With low education, there is something you can do. So even if you give the person 100 million, the uncles and everybody will come and collect it and tell you don't know what to do. You can't solve the problem. Then fundamentally, the person doesn't know the business to do. I say, tell me I want to sell snail. Those kind of things going on. Because of no education. That's one thing. So, again, this is to show that there are many tables. This is my table 47 anyway. This is something MBS will also look at, to report this kind of statistics. It will help policymakers. It will help policymakers. They are there to inform policy. Like they presented their statistics, and the policymakers should have zero correlation, independence. That must be independent. But the new governance at the NBS started doing the question I asked the other statistician general. I think I also
And so we were at the CBN for Monetary Policy Discussion Forum. And then that time, 2017, they were discussing stagflation. Then, but I told them, please wait, that all these three indicators we are discussing today, one is unemployment, the other one is GDP growth, the other one is inflation, that none of them was generated by the CBN. And it's the MBS that generated all the three. But they are inducing what we call monetary policy reaction from the central bank. What does it mean for us to say that MBS should be holding a gathering to discuss methodologies like this, so that academics, people from the academia, the media, all of them will come and ask questions and look at the methodology, so that the monetary policy reaction will not be wrong, because you are responding to variables you don't know their fundamentals. So now, what else? Okay, that's the last thing I did, because I didn't want to waste time. I stopped somewhere.
Thank you, bro. No, sir, you didn't want to waste time, so you just stopped somewhere. And it's somewhere you dropped us. You left us hanging. So I just hope we will recover on the panel. You know what, you said something very interesting. Not just even interesting, very salient points you made. I used to see, SG, I used to see you at the Monetary Policy Committee meeting. I don't know, you should still be going here. So like I also will understand how you arrived, because there's an NPC meeting next week, isn't it? Next Monday and Tuesday. I know they won't be looking at the inflation numbers released on Friday, isn't it? 31%. So how do they even, this country? It's yes, and the governor said he's looking at inflation targeting. So I'm just thinking, how would they be able to tie all of this together? So we really have a long way to go in terms of, coordinating all of this data together. So thank you very much. Please, can you give a wonderful round of applause? And the three, one professor, two doctors, Dr. Adedeji and Dr. Olowookere. So thank you for giving us that foundation. Now the panel, we're going to be discussing still the topic, analyzing the impact of labor force data. But we'll look at it for implications for policy formulation, resource allocation strategy, aligning programs with labor market trends. So from all of what we've seen here today, how do we do that? They used to say to brother is put here. From what I'm just trying to explain it as basic as possible. Everything that we have heard today, how do we take it and put it in the different boxes that they are meant to be? So that's what this panel will be talking about. So let me quickly introduce our distinguished panelists. I will start from inviting Professor Mohammed Yelwa, Department of Minerals, University of Abuja. Please, a round of applause for Professor Yelwa. He's not there? Okay, I wasn't giving that brief. Okay, so we'll have Professor Olowookere join us on the panel. She's a professor of labor and education economics, Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, Ibadan. Mr. Edmond Owolere will also join us as the Director of Planning, Research and Statistics at the NDE. Please, a round of applause. That is one important agency. NDE, we are still there, so. You explain to us. What's the full list? Nigerian Director from Planning. Nigerian Director from Planning. Anyway, NDE. You see, okay. Mr. Owolere, you have a lot of explanation to do. Dr. Olumide Taiwo will join us next. Dr. Olumide Taiwo is the Chief Economist at Healthman Institute. Please, a round of applause for him. Then we have Dr. Abiola Arosanyin, Economic Consultant, E-Concept Nigeria. Please, another round of applause. Dr. John Chizie, Senior Lecturer at Bayes University, also joins us. Please, another round of applause as we approach the bench. And please, a round of applause for our panelists. As we begin this session, I think I will be a bit. Let me just come to the end. I'm looking for trouble. Let me just come to you, sir, because, okay, I think the first question would be, let me just ask you, how have you all interpreted what the colleagues at the NBS has been doing in terms of labor force statistics? Not just even the old data, the old methodology, they're talking about the new one. How do you all interpret it over there? And can you just give us a brief overview again of what the mandate of the NDP is about? Let me ask you, because I know some of us in the room, either we know or we have forgotten, or we don't even know. So please tell us. Please, camera, put that camera on.
Thank you very much. Let me thank the CC and NBS for putting this conversation together. Before I tell you about the NDP, I want to say that we need more of this going forward. We need more of this going forward because of where we are right now. If you diligently interrogate the data, the facts, the reality on ground, you will agree with me that what we need right now is a lot more of interagency synergy. We all have our mandates, we all have our responsibilities, but at the end of the day, what happens to our country, Nigeria, the aggregate of our functions is the quality of life Nigerians get at the end of the day. But if we keep working hard at our mandates, we keep working hard at our roles and our responsibilities without finding common grounds from where we can align them to impact a lot more positively on the lives of Nigerians, we'll just be carrying coal to Newcastle, like they say. But now, to your question about the National Directorate of Employment, this is the Apex Employment Creation Agency of the federal government, created in 1986 and became fully operational in 1987. Our mandate is to provide employment opportunities to the unskilled and the unemployed through the instrumentality of vocational skills training, entrepreneurship skills training, agricultural skills, as well as activities in the public works sector. That is basically what we do. But you will agree with me that unemployment as a phenomenon is a very dynamic one, as it keeps changing in forms and patterns. What the 4 areas that I've just mentioned, we have designed them in such a way that they can be adjusted to accommodate any intervention, any new measure that we can bring in to address the problem of mass unemployment. Let me also add that one of the basic reasons why unemployment, you have it in large numbers, repeated here severally, the issue of skills mismatch. That was one of the major factors the founding fathers of the NDE identified as a major driver of mass unemployment. Right now, Nancy, you will agree with me that every state in Nigeria has at least a federal university. Practically every state in Nigeria. And every year we graduate young Nigerians from these institutions. We are not talking about private universities, we are not also talking about state-owned universities. There are a few states that do not have state universities as of today. So the number of people who come out of these institutions give us gray hairs. Okay, I shaved my hair yesterday, so if you have seen me after church yesterday, the number of gray hairs, so they are contributing to the gray hairs we have in the ND, because you have to think of what to do with and to these people. 15 years ago, 20 years ago, the type of unemployed persons we had in Nigeria, you can't put them side by side with those that we have now. And we are talking about decent jobs. 15 years ago, we could actually do a few things in the vocational skills area, and people will become employed. How many graduates of tertiary education in Nigeria would want to come and say they need vocational skills? But the current realities now are driving them back to us. They are coming now. They want to acquire skills. Because government is the greatest employer. SG sir, am I lying? Government is the greatest employer in Nigeria, and the ability of government to keep employing is reducing with every passing day. So something needs to be done, and that is where the ND has come in, and that's where the ND is playing its role, to support the efforts of government at mitigating the negative impacts of mass unemployment. So, before I rest my case, I know Nancy has decided to really deal with me. Before I rest my case for now, let me say again that SG sir, CC, we need to be doing this a lot more. And we need to find ways and means of cooperating a lot more. These facts are emerging now. These statistics are coming out now. So for 2024, we finished planning long ago. Budget is there. We are trying to implement. So we need to have these facts, statistics, timely. It will help us on our part. We do a lot on our own, and of course we are great partners. There's no month you don't ask us to provide what we have done. Nancy, we do our own registration of the unemployed. What it does for us is that it helps us in our little space to see how we can bring fast interventions. It helps us in our little space to see how we can rejig or adjust what we are already doing based on the realities that are coming in. We also do what we call tracer studies, because anytime we put a scheme to create jobs in place, we must go back to see how far we have gone with it. The last tracer study was last year, and a few months ago I was privileged to have come here. Maybe that's the reason Ogahia and his people decided to arrest me, for today. We went out to see a particular scheme we had done where we trained people in vocational skills, and we were able to give them starter packs. Are they doing well? Those starter packs, are they helping to address their visions for coming to acquire vocation? Most of them were graduates. So the results coming in taught us some lessons, which we are now using, to repackage. We are using those statistics to strengthen what we did and to see how best we can improve, and see how many more we can put into the safety net.
I see you have a lot to say, so you came prepared, because I'm also prepared. I'll come back to you a little later, because you said a lot, but I'm also seeing that there's a gap somewhere. I don't know what that gap is, but it seems to be a gap. Because if there is no gap between at least ND, what you're doing, Dr. Olowookere mentioned earlier, the president said, I want to create jobs. But even in that document, you were right about it. He didn't tell us how many jobs and how he wants to create. So I wonder what kind of coordination your agency would have, perhaps also with even the larger Ministry of Labour itself, because it's Labour and Employment now, which I think you should know now, isn't it? But all these, no, Saheed, I'll come to you later. But let me come to, just ruminate around those questions which I've asked. Let me come to our Prof. I liked your comments earlier, at least you told us that labor studies on now at your center. But I want to ask you really, as a labor and education economics professor, how do we coordinate these researches, findings on skill mismatches? You just heard what the MD talked about, an educational attainment to inform policies to bridge the gap, workforce supply, because this session is looking at resource allocation. How do we close that gap between workforce supply and industry demand in Nigeria, especially for a labor statistic that is showing us that we have informal workers? So, ma'am, I don't know what you people are teaching me now, but it's hard. It's hard. But you understand what I'm saying? I don't know, but whatever you people are doing, that's what I mean.
Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe I should start by introducing my institute again. So for people that don't know, I work for Nigerian Institute of Socio-Economic Research. It is a policy think tank of the federal government. We are a sister organization with NBS and CMD. The three of us, Budget and Office of the Federation, we are under Ministry of Budget and Planning. So we work hand in hand together with NBS. So in our institute, we actually conduct research for the federal government, evidence-based research for the federal government, state governments, private sector, and also international donor agencies. We use data from NBS, and most of the time, the data from NBS is not enough for what we want to do. Because of the objective of what we're doing, we go out every year to also conduct our own study, specializing, personalizing the study that we want to do. So I said the other time that we were discussing with the SG that we are very happy in NISA for the labor market study and labor market information and statistics that is out now, because before we were having issues in terms of the manpower stock and requirements that's supposed to have been done a few years ago. We couldn't do it because the data were limited. So, but we were forced to speak to the government at that time, and by 2020, the project was approved, and we did the study. So it's a very big study, manpower stock and requirements of the Nigerian economy. And in that study, the result is out. We have the policy briefs and policy memo that we give to the federal government. Our own is not to implement our own recommendation, the actual recommendation that we get out, especially most of our recommendations, most of these studies, they are tied to development goals, some SDG, the plan over the years. And so we take policy brief and executive summary of most of our findings. We take it to our line ministry, which we go to the Minister of Education. He will not take it to the FEC and the presidency. From there, they do the implementation. So that's how some of our findings are getting to the policy maker. Then we also, apart from the federal government, like I said, it's a policy think tank. We are not influenced by we are independent. In other words, it's what we found out that we put in the policy brief and executive summary. Although the language will not be as more technical as will be academic work because it's a policy research. So we use the language that any politician or any policymaker will understand in terms of the implementation. So apart from that, we also conduct research for UNDP, ILO, Mercator, and so on. Presently, we have work we're doing now on Mercator valuation. Over 3 years, we are running up the projects this year. Another one is coming in. We are looking at actualizing behavioral change through corruption. We're using behavioral change to change corruption level in Nigeria. Because they saw that all the institutions that were put in place to curb corruption, they were not performing. So they now saw that I think people need to change. The behavior of people needs to change. We need to have a change of mindsets to be able to correct or curb corruption. So that's the ABC series of the work we're doing for Mercator in Nigeria now, and we have other work that we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. I understand what your institute is, because when I hear about your institute, sometimes, though I know you said you're a think tank, what comes to my mind is like you provide consultative services, as it were, to the government on perhaps like research findings and policy. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say in terms of, and you just espoused it by saying you come up with findings or recommendations to the federal government, as it were, and your minister perhaps takes it to FEC or whatever it is. So that is noted. But when you were also speaking, my mind was also going around coordination between or amongst you and the NBS. But you talked about you're having that.
We have
yes, that you're having that. Yes, because NBS is also under budget and national planning.
Like I said, any data that we can find from NBS, that's when we go out and get.
Now, have you found have you seen a situation? Let me ask whether when you coordinate your own findings, they'll be different from what the NBS has.
No, because we use their data to carry out study. Understand? So we speak to data and talk to the data. We interpret it. But NBS, they just give us data. That's what they tell us. Unemployment is now 5%. That's all. But we want to look at from our own end as a research policy institution. We now want to take that data over the years and run a better regression. We want to look at the trend analysis of what is happening maybe in agri or in other sectors of the economy. How is the impact of the economy, maybe the growth of the economy or the sectoral dimension of this. So we now bring out the results out. But most of the time, we combine macro data, which NBS is giving, with what do you call it now? Maybe interview stakeholders information, stakeholders data. We now have to interview with the stakeholders to be able to get their own perspective. That's why we are different from academia, real academia. So policy research will take into consideration the stakeholders that are going to use the data and the stakeholders that the data is also affecting. For example, maybe the household or the people.
I hope we've all understood what she's saying, isn't it? So at least we'll have a better understanding now of what the Institute also does. Now let me come to Dr. Atayo. What opportunities exist for collaboration? Because what we've also heard here, what has been a bit consistent since we started here in the morning is about partnership, is about collaboration. So how do we ensure that there is collaboration between research institutes like Hellman and government agencies like NBS, ND, and other government agencies to enhance data collection? Earlier on, Ms. Abiola said 35,520 households were surveyed for this new methodology from, I think, about 33,000 before. So how do we ensure that collaboration to enhance data collection methodologies and also strengthen the quality of labor force statistics?
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks so much, CC and yes, for the privilege to be here. Just let me comment your indulgence. Just about 2 to 3 minutes. I wanted to make a contribution to the first session, but because you treated me to the question before, that's why I left it.
I have the power, the moderator. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much. In terms of the changing methodology, in terms of how the statistics is being computed, I think from my perspective is something that answers a lot of the questions that we have in the use of the findings of the labor market surveys. And I think that it just brings us, although when the MBS is justifying the reason why the change in methodology was because we want to align with international standard, but beyond that, more than that, I think something that we need to. Let me just raise 3 issues. Number one, the issue of saying the working population should be 18 plus, right? I think it's something that needs to be done. Why? Because those of us who do actual labor surveys, we ask questions regarding labor supply. What we found is that a lot of people that are above the retirement age of 64, they're still working, right? So people basically work until they die or get disabled. So, and if you are producing official statistics, and also reflect that, because right now, a lot of people that are on pensions and retirement benefits, everything is being eaten up by inflation, and there's no cola, there's no cost of living adjustment to those things. So, in essence, they can't survive on those payments anymore. They have to find something to do. So, a lot of people beyond that are working. So, extending saying we want a cap for 64 as the limit of the working population, I think just ideal. That's number one. That is, in addition to saying conforming to international standard, it is right to basically. That's number one. The second thing, we also have issues about underemployment. In the previous method, anyone who is working and works between 20 hours and 39 hours is underemployed, regardless of whether the underemployment is voluntary or involuntary, right? So, to my mind, the underemployment numbers have been kind of overbloated, right? Overestimated, because somebody that just want to work for 22 hours and say that's what I want to do, right? That's what he wants to supply. So, in the old method, so we find that person is unemployed, but now he's still unemployed because he doesn't want to work more. He's not working more than 22 hours. That's what he wants to do. So that person is not unemployed anymore. So this change corrects that overestimation. The third thing is that when we're looking at the labor market, we are basically looking at labor trade, right? Supply and demand of labor, right? So, if labor is being applied in activities and it's not just as it's defined, not for pure profits, just for personal, like household production. What they've done now is to remove those ones from the labor force data, which is right. The same way you classify those who are doing work within the household on pay, right? Just for the household benefit. So those 3 adjustments make a lot of sense, particularly in our setting. So the other point I wanted to raise, that has been answered, is in our setting also, when you talk about work, labor, supply of labor, Child Direct Act, labor policy, and investigated across states, provides room for people that are under 15, right, to work, but subject to certain conditions, right? The work must not interfere with their education and development. They must not be subject to hazardous work. All those are involved in. So, some states say the minimum age to work is 10. Some say 12. So, I wanted to really say thank you for removing the upper limit. But you also need to dive back to, let's say, age 10 rather than 7 or 15. And I've heard that now in the next phase, they're going to incorporate the child labor work into it, so that we have a comprehensive, right, labor market statistics that reflects, right, where we are, right, the conditions. So on saying that, I think I've been hearing several, several issues with the change in methodology. It's an advancement. It just drives the labor statistics closer to what we should discuss. Now, the fact that the rate fell from what it was to 5%, I think the SG has said it consistently during several interviews, that it doesn't, that we're not saying practically that something just happened overnight, right? That something just happened overnight, and then the government just spread after that. Those who pick just the unemployment rate and just run with it, that don't really read the report in details, that's what they will have. But those of us who read the reports in details know that there is really no issue with the change, basically. So I wanted to just put out the table. And based on that, I wanted to say that there's a company of us who actually use the report, who actually read the report from end to end. So I think we understand the report quite well. And this kind of engagement used to happen a lot more regularly, so that people can understand exactly what the report is saying. Not simply, we are not just looking for time series of unemployment rate, right? But it's also runs some regressions. We're looking at analyzing the market itself, trends, dynamics of the market. Now, so having said that, back to
Very quickly.
Yeah, so now, in terms of opportunities for collaboration, so number one, we have, this is part of the labor market information system, right? And if you want to help the economy to allocate its resources effectively, there needs to be information. Information is expensive in this part of the world, basically. So if you lower the cost of information, you get more efficient outcomes in terms of resource allocation. That's number one. Number two, just as I posed a question to Rob before he left, training, capacity building and training for analyzing labor market. I'm not just talking about using unemployment rates and doing regressions, right? I'm talking about the internal dynamics of the labor market, right? Any stagnation, transitions within the labor market, and so on. Those are things within the realm of applied microeconomic studies, not macro. Macroeconomics are not, it's not that for view. So what we do at the Institute, we basically focus on microeconomics research and analysis. And the labor market is one of our very important things. We're doing a lot of work on employment choice, transfer labor market, and I think there are opportunities for collaboration. Opportunities for collaboration in terms of even making this work, these studies, this report known and understood clearly, right, by the audience. We can work together to do that. We can also help in training, and we can also work together on the data. And data from, they're being produced by, for example, NISA, should also be available on the data archive for those who want to use it. At the same time, there are a lot of people that are doing labor research in the country. They collect data, and the industry can approach those who are granting the ethics approval that when this data is collected, let them be available to us to archive, so that people that are looking for data on the markets can find it there. I think I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me come over to Dr. Omobi and ask you the question around private sector engagement. We've talked about improving data quality and methodology, but I would like to take this question from what Dr. Olowookere, one of his presentation, where he talked about we are not looking at labor productivity now, we should be about capital productivity. And how do you now ensure the relevance of this labor force statistics for business planning and risk assessment? In fact, when he was speaking, also that's one. The second question for you, when he was speaking, I was writing down this question for you too. From an economic consultancy perspective, what are the critical factors that you will consider when aligning policy recommendations with labor market trends that we've seen since morning here to enhance productivity and competitiveness in Nigeria? Because that is one key thing. I don't know how MBS will do it, but one key thing that we are not talking about now, which I think from my perspective is becoming a crisis, is a crisis of productivity. With a lot of people that are Japan, it seems that we are just left with the remnants as well. Yeah, because you come to you all are in this country, so you know what I'm talking about. To even get a plumber here, NDE, to get a good plumber is a difficult thing, let alone to get a good formal worker. So, we have a productivity crisis, in as much as I don't know if we have a job crisis yet, but Doctor, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, CSEA. Yes, one of the things I actually thought about during the presentations was, besides the issue which almost every presenter and every respondent picked up, was the unemployment poverty issue. Why unemployment is low and poverty rate is still high. And it got me thinking, and I thought about it. I said, okay, well, it's not just the poverty that's actually the issue, it's the productivity. It's output. Because when you now look at the Nigerian economy, for instance, ways of measuring the strength of the economy revolves around how outsiders, for instance, or economic actors view the labor sector or the labor force. How strong is our labor force? How strong our labor force is determines how strong our economy should be. And so, if our labor force or the size of our labor or those employed are deficient of certain skills, and it doesn't matter whether professional skills or whether it is skills at the artisan level, is very, very crucial. You talked about masons and painters and electricians, etc. Yes. Here is a situation in Nigeria where if the average person wants to build a house, chances are half of your artisans are either from Togo, Benin Republic, Ghana, places like that, because they make the best tilers, they make, they pay more attention to details because they are trained. How many artisanal schools do we even have here? Our youths become plumbers and electricians and carpenters, mostly based on trial and error. So they just come out and say, oh, okay, my friend is a vulcanizer, I'll go and get my own vulcanizing equipment. Yeah. And so we have to pay pay more attention to training. And you talked about how collaboration between MBE and the various think tanks. And this is actually where a lot of that also comes in. Training, capacity building, and looking at, most especially those areas where we believe that we have or we could have a competitive advantage. And so it doesn't make our labor, artisanal labor, competitive, whether it's even within our own country or even across West Africa. Because when you go to Ghana, they don't look for Nigerian, artisans, but we look for, those ones, here. And so, yes, competitiveness, training, capacity building, all these things will help enhance our own productivity at that level. Same thing at the professional level. You mentioned those who have, Japan. That has not become part of our own lexicon. Yeah. What we haven't actually dimensioned is whether those who are living are at that level or whether they are at the professional level.
They are the professional level.
At the professional level?
Yes. Because they are also the ones that have the money to Japan.
Oh, you'll be amazed. You'll be amazed how those ones even raise capital today.
Are we saying that they are not the professionals that are leaving? For example,
the professionals who are leaving are mostly still either in the medical field, nursing, IT, exactly.
Education too.
Yes, education, yeah.
I have someone that went to teach in Saudi Arabia just last day, a young lady of about 29, 28.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. It has its pluses and its minuses. I mean, the pluses is that you go out there and you actually learn. Well, yeah.
But that's also take time. It's not
that's for remittance, yes. It's not instant, but at least you can improve your skills while you're out there. Secondly, now, and on the downside is, if things don't improve here economically, are you going to bring some of those things back? Are you going to come back? Or are you just going to stay there and send for your family to come and join you? Those are some of the challenges that we're going to face. When Dr. was making his presentation, something came to my mind when you were talking about the dilemma that policymakers face. And I asked myself the question, will economic growth create jobs? Or do we have to create jobs to grow the economy? Which one comes first? Well, yeah. So if let's say you're the president now, and you want to, and just like you said, every 8-point agenda, 7-point agenda is all about job creation. Do we focus on job creation to grow the economy, and do we grow the economy? I think with economic growth and create jobs. So that's part of the dilemma that policymakers will also face. So there's actually a whole lot around labor force statistics and how that can be applied and how it actually affects our own economy here. And so if you're somebody on the outside that wants to come in to bring in their money into Nigeria as an investment, do we have a robust, a skilled labor force that can attract you? Or are you going to come in and bring in your own people like the Chinese do? One of the reasons why the government, I think about a month ago or so, floated the expatriate employment levy, which I don't know whether they suspended it, right? Exactly. But it had its own, its own advantages because it will now prevent a foreign investor bringing in, drivers and groups and so on, all those things that Nigerians can do together. So, it's quite dicey. Thank you.
Very dicey. Anyway, let me come to Dr. Chizen and let me take it from this point as to where Dr. Amobi also stopped in terms of the chicken and egg situation. And when I talk about the chicken and egg situation, where my mind went to was 2011, 2010, 2011, when we were a country that had economic growth of about 6 to 7%, and we did that averagely for a number of years. But at that time, what we were struggling with, if many of you can remember, we were saying jobless growth, jobless growth. We had GDP growth rates high, But when I remember then I interviewed Minister of Finance, Dr. Okojo-Iweala, countless times. Madam, please explain this thing. The economy is growing, but we have jobless growth. But now, as a country, we are struggling with a 3% growth. So, Dr. Chize, the question now for you will be, we've looked at the different methodologies, we've looked at different countries. What lessons really can we learn from other countries that have successfully implemented policies to improve labor market outcomes and address employment challenges? And one of those countries that came to my mind, I think, is Australia. Australia, even during the pandemic, was it during the pandemic, also was at almost near full employment. Was it during the pandemic or one of those crises? Yes, during COVID. And I'm like, what is Australia doing that the rest of the world is not doing? So what lessons can we learn? Can we learn from other African countries? With the exception of South Africa, according to the data. But we have something to learn from them too. Why not? Of course.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I'm not a senior lecturer, I'm an associate professor.
Okay. CC.
I'll start by thanking CC and evidence for holding this forum. Looking at everything here, I can say this new labor statistics is the right move in the right direction. In the sense that it's not perfect, but it has tried to answer a lot of the pre-existing issues that we had concern about. And a lot of speakers have spoken about it, and I'm at a bit of disadvantage because if I'm speaking last, it looks like I'm repeating what other people have said. I'll come back to it. Let me try and answer Nancy's question. Now, during the pandemic, Australia had a distinct advantage. They had a bubble, more or less, between them and New Zealand. Those two countries more or less had a bubble, and they had a sealed economy. They were more or less in a state of autarky, where everything was controlled and everything ran within that system. And again, even before that period, Australia did limited trade with a few places in the world. So they are isolated normally, and they just enforced the isolation and carried on with life as normal. So it will not be a very good example to draw from. Now, looking at the jobless growth, which I think is what you're talking about, it's growth. It's a two-step process, right? Yes, you grow the economy, GDP, money value increases. Then you now have the distributional problem. How does this money get to the pockets of everybody? Now, under normal modern terms, you tend to focus on high capital industries that have these high incomes. And the economy grows, you have good GDP. But these industries employ a few people. So the fruits of this growth are tied to those few people, tied to that industry. So it does not trickle down. Now, what I can suggest as a way is now to bridge that gap is drawing from this MBS report, for example. Looking at the information it throws to light on, brings up about the informal sector, the fact that there's that much of an informal sector. And then picking at it, borrowing down further into the informal sector, finding out each of those areas, how do we improve the productivity of these areas? Yes, there are a lot of them, there are a lot of people in those sectors, but if we want to look at their contribution and everything else, it looks like they are engaged in subsistence employment, which is, again, tallies with growth without prosperity. Because they have jobs, but they can barely feed themselves. Which, again, I understand why the MBS chose those criteria and is aligned with modern trends. But I would suggest that we let some of the old statistics, like I think Dr. Olowookere said, run side by side for some time for comparison purposes. Let the new statistics be there, let it run, but have the old statistics run side by side for maybe 5-10 years. So that you now have a situation where you can now abandon the old statistics, where you have a bit of data on the new methodology to allow you make observations or comparison or monitor the trends and for policy guidance. Because We know that a lot of our policymakers are politicians, and they look for, well, they tend to look for the easy way out. And looking at the headline of this, it tends to create a problem of comparison to past periods and current periods, and also gives them the headline which they want for their campaign, and as such, does not help us. So if you have both statistics running side by side, and I must say this, I must commend the MPS for coming up with this, adopting this methodology, because it is the way forward. But like all new things, there has to be a period of adaptation, period of phasing in, and abruptly abandoning the old methodology without both of them running side by side, I feel will do us a disservice as a country and affect policy implementation, because it creates a situation where you cannot compare past periods and current periods, and you cannot evaluate. So that would be my suggestion. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, yeah, you've not answered exactly now. I said, what lesson, which other countries? You said not Australia. So give me a country.
A country?
Yes, that we can learn from. Or it's not coming to your head, I'll come back to you for you to think about it.
I'll let you think about it.
Okay.
But there are a few countries.
Okay.
Prof wants to go.
Oh, okay, Prof. Just bail him out in 1 minute. This is not your session.
I hope I will be able to do that.
Okay, just quickly do that while you're there.
Watch out. India was suffering what we were suffering.
Okay.
India and China,
yes.
Korea too.
Yeah.
What did they do? The people simply took what they knew that would help them. They went out and trained themselves with the hope of coming back to India. Our people are jabbering now, as we say. Nobody has implanted into their heart that there is a country to return to combat. That's number one. Number two is we don't even have the infrastructure. We are training our people from schools. I'm an academic. I'm bringing them out. You ask me the question, I teach you allocation principles, efficient allocation. All the efficiencies I teach you in the school. And you come out and go to work. If you are lucky to get the job, you don't see nothing. You don't see where people are planning. You don't see, an economist is a planner. So you don't see opportunity to allocate the resources. All you see and look for is opportunity to allocate to your pockets. That's one. And so the people come and ask, what am I doing? This thing that you're teaching me here now, what is it about?
Okay, Prof, I think I need to note you at this point. Thank you very much for your intervention. So,
thank you, Prof. Basically, I couldn't think of a country, but India, China are good examples. Now, based on the fact that we have a large population, we don't need to focus on high capital intensive industry. You can go for labor intensive industries where we build up our skill set. So the productivity or the output of these sectors go directly or accrue to people who are creating these productive activities. That is where NDE comes into play, where we don't go with the standard bricklayer, sewing, vulcanizer trades. There are other modern skills that we need, and a lot of them exist in the information technology area. There are skills in IT, and then there's movie industry, creative industry. So we need to look at revamping those skill sets, those training, so that people are now empowered in these areas and they're able to earn more and contribute more. And it's very easy to do this. There's a paper that looked at the entrepreneurship, this the thing the Igbo people do where you attach people, apprenticeships.
I've forgotten the name of it, but it has the one that was studying
apprenticeship.
Yes, apprenticeship, yes. I'm thinking of the
Igbo. So it's an apprenticeship scheme where the NDE can reach out to people, notable people
within the industry who are well established and have a structure where you attach people to these people, to them, to learn the skills. And that can blow up the system because it is an indigenous idea. It's been there for ages. It's something we understand. It's a process we understand. And we can domesticate it to boost the economy, and at the same time it has distributional capacity because it's not just making one big company making billions and billions, but it stays in a few hands. But with that, you have small people within the society who are earning income, who are being productive. That is it. Because I think I'll stop here before I ramble on again.
So what you're talking in essence is that let's have a bottom-up approach, especially around this. It's not just, it's also what Prof said, not just into one pocket. And it's good that you made that example. Talking about China, what also came to my mind was what Professor Nwosu was talking about. Can we also have those two statistics, as it were, side by side, one for us, one for international standard? And the country that came to my mind, I think, is China. You know that China is always at loggerheads with the rest of the world. The rest of the world will say, no, Chinese data, this one, says this, but they know what they're doing, and they've been able to pull, I think, about 700 million people out of poverty, at least in the last 10 years or so. Now, let me come back to the NDE man. Madam, I'll talk to you later after him. And let's take it from what he has said, in terms of, and also what Dr. Amobi talked about. There is now that depth of skills, as it were, or there's a reduction of skills within our environment. What is your agency doing in order to perhaps formalize some of those skill sets that we need? Also transit them, because we don't expect for someone that is a vulcanizer or bricklayer to remain there. That is not decent work for the person. Then how, with the idea he has brought up, how is the NDA also taking a look at that apprenticeship program? We've had successful billionaires in this country. For that program, Costaris is one of them. Erisco Foods, who is now even in the news for protecting his company and all of that, is one of them. I can go on and on. Many big billionaires. It's not that they don't have their companies listed on the exchange, but in real sense, in narrow sense, they are billionaires. How do agencies like yours work with them?
All right, thank you very much, Nancy. Let me tell you that whatever success we may have attained in the area of vocational skills training, I want to sit here and most sincerely attribute a significant portion of it to master craftsmen and women in the informal sector. We started using the traditional apprenticeship system. That was how the NDE schemes were designed. And I would also like to tell you that it was not until 10, 12 years ago that we began to have our own skills acquisition training centers. Right from 1987, we began to use the apprenticeship system. And we have a program under our vocational skills training program that we call Basic National Open Apprenticeship Scheme. How does it work? We identify master craftsmen or the big artisans, as the case may be, and we recruit young men and women from within their location or the environment where those master craftsmen and women operate, and we post those trainees to them. They train for us. That's how we took off, and we worked with that system for more than 25 years until we began to now establish our own skills acquisition training centers across Nigeria. As of today, we have about 112 across Nigeria. In the Northeast, a good number of them have been adversely affected for reasons you and I know about, the insurgency and the insecurity around there. What led to that was that we got to a point, like I said, unemployment is very dynamic, and you must look at what is local, what is the reality in your space to enable you to rejig from time to time. We began to understand that some of the drawbacks in using the old apprenticeship system is that you don't have uniformity in curriculum. Lamidi Ajadi Mechanic Workshop in Ibadan that is training for us. You can't align what they are doing there with what somebody in Nnewi is doing.
So can the NDE
but now we have developed models. We have developed curriculum, if you like, that we use in those skill centers. Why? Because we want these people now certified. We want them to be able to step out anywhere and say, I am an auto mechanic. What he can do in Ibadan, he can do it in Lagos, he can do it anywhere. So that is where we are at the moment. And moving forward, we have also realized that we cannot keep training auto mechanics. There are now experts in mechatronics. So we are upgrading. That's what these skill centers now offer us, beyond what the traditional apprenticeship system, could put on the table. Today, ICT is the way forward. In the past, it was the public works area where you had a very high level of, that sector had a high labor absorptive capacity. But today, we can see that it is going in the area of ICT and tech talents. And we are now refocusing. So every aspect of our training, whether it is in entrepreneurship, whether it is in vocational skills, even in agricultural skills, we are looking for a nexus, between them and ICT, because that is the way forward. That is the route to the future. But if you permit me, I'll quickly address an issue you raised when I spoke the first time. You wanted to know the role of the NDE in the presidential priority areas. That's what they are called. You call them 8-point agenda, but they are called presidential priority areas. And it's a multi-sectoral approach that this present government is using to address, whether it is unemployment, you want to call it, or economic growth. All sectors are involved. Although you can bear me witness, even the MBS, you will tie your programs to complementing the presidential areas. And there are templates now with which we must have to report progress on monthly, quarterly, and yearly basis. So ND has about five areas of intervention out of the 8. One of them is food security, because we have a robust agricultural employment scheme we call rural employment promotion. So we are playing there in the job creation part of it. All our schemes find expression in all of that. So I just need you to know that we are deeply involved. We are active in that program of the federal government.
All right, thank you very much, sir, for that. So with what you're saying, you are assuring me that we have, at least we will have expertise. You're saying auto mechanics ahead. I think I'll come back to you after this when we finish. Because I've been looking for a mechanic for an SUV, my Lexus Jeep. I've packed it since. I've not seen a very good Lexus, so if you give me one, since you say people have I'm not joking. After this, no problem. So far they get the service done right. And I know this is not just only my cross to bear, that so many people in Nigeria are also suffering the same thing, for people to do good work. All right, ma'am, let me now come to you. The other, when you were answering, you talked about policy recommendations which you give to your minister and all of that. I would like you to give me like 2 examples. Yes, for example, yes. Yes. Perhaps if around this, I know there's a new minister, of course, Minister Bagudu, but just 2 examples. Okay. Because sometimes we should be able to be practicalizing some of these things we are talking about. It shouldn't be esoteric.
Let me take you back to maybe a few years doing Minister of Finance, we did a study on the youth unemployment and empowerment. So one of the policy recommendations that we gave to the government was the one that brought about the cash transfer schemes and also the money something. You win and there's another one. I was going. No, Empower.
No, Empower was transit. Empower, the next government took over. Yes,
Yes,
Win was the main one.
That's one of our study. We have the study, what is published for the policy documents given to the institution. That was what transfers of the policy. Then recently we also we carried out the last 10 years. We've been carrying out research on informal sector of the economy, sponsored by the World Bank. Some was sponsored by the UNDP. We started with Niger Delta states, informal sector of the economy, and one of the policy recommendations that we found out, the recommendation that we got out from that study is that most informal economy, which are micro and small, the policy, the reason why they were investing into that sector of the economy, the World Bank, the CBA, and so on, is for them to transit from micro level and small to medium, so that they will be able to contribute at least to the growth of the economy in terms of their product. We're talking about productivity, in terms of productivity. But our findings shows that over the years, they remain as status quo. They refuse to transit from medium, micro, and small to medium. And they keep on, when you go to the field, you will keep on, they are the same set of people that are medium and micro enterprises. So our government have invested so much. I know that CBN intervention funds was low on medium and micro. CBN, government, World Bank also invested in that. So those are some of the policies that we brought out. And that also informed the change of policy now that the government is thinking in terms of how to actually intervene in the informal sector to make sure that the medium scale, micro and small scale, they transfer to medium enterprises, which will now give back to development and the growth of the economy and also impact the GDP of the economy.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Dr. Taiwo, I think we're talking about resource allocation. From what Prof has just talked about, what was also coming to my mind was another study I think the MBS did some time ago. 41 million businesses in Nigeria, but has dropped to 39 million businesses in Nigeria. And the composition of that 39 million, we have a lot of them in nano and micro. So just to buttress what you're saying, that many businesses don't even, by themselves, they don't even want to transit because they feel that if they even transit, government will come for taxes. Yes. That's one. So they don't even want to transit. But the next question to you, Dr. Taiwo, is how do we get this category of people to transit? Either by crook or by hook. However it is, for the effectiveness of even government, because we're looking at now, the president is talking about unemployment benefits. I think, and was it Prof? Or who said it in the morning, that how do you not even know who will collect unemployment benefits? So I think that the government will even have a real dilemma in terms of even categorizing them. So how do we do all of this? Very quickly, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think the data you are referencing is the NBS and the Smith
survey, yes.
Yeah. So the NBS has lots of surveys that are sort of complementary. That gives us a picture. If you look at the labor employment survey, job market survey, sometimes if you want to interpret it correctly, very well, come to this enterprise survey, and you find a lot of details in there. Now, as you said, we've known this for a long time, that African enterprises start small, they remain small, they die small. There are many factors, many reasons why. But recently, I learned that Bank of Industry wants to support nano businesses. I think it's 50,000 last year. Brought up the idea. So it's not that I have to support what they're doing. But the question is, why do these nano businesses or micro businesses remain micro? Right? Why? So that's a question, right? So and it takes investigation. We cannot assume that they want to start small, except the ones in the services sector. Those high-tech institutions, they don't need too many staff, right? So they can stay micro as they want. But a lot of the reasons why is either something about skills or capital. Now, when it comes to capital, a lot of them face issues of indivisibility, right? And my technology is obsolete. This instrument is obsolete, so productivity is down. I have skills, but my tools are obsolete. So I need modern tools. This modern tool is going to cost about 500,000 to get. I want to give me 50,000 as support. So is that the end of the story? That can be the end of the story. So people who are going to sort of cite that kind of program, you have to think about, how do you solve this problem of indivisibility? Why can't people be in groups, right? It's a machine that they can pull their 50,000 naira and buy it together and use. That's happening in agriculture, for example. NGOs supporting a lot of farmers to buy a machine, right, for processing. Right. So the issue of why, so the question number one, so the first thing is, why are they small? Why have they been like that for a long time? What's the challenge? The MBS survey, MBS Mellon survey, tries to provide some insights into that. Right? Most of these small businesses, what they lack, the survey actually gives a lot of information on what they lack, why they're that small. In fact, on that survey, in this digital age, I think in terms of micro enterprises, only about maybe 0.8% actually have online presence. If I want to go correctly, 0.7% have online presence in this age, right? So understand exactly what the issue is, what challenge is, and then be able to tell us what you want to do, right? In a cost-effective way to addressing the problem. So we cannot just assume that it's because of, we are supposed to be positive people. First of all, what we learn in economics, right? You can't do the normative without the positive economics, right? You have to know exactly what is, or you can have an idea of what ought to be, right? So why is this the case? You have to investigate. The surveys have given us some headline, and if you need more details, for example, before you can design the instruments correctly, we need to have very clear understanding of why it is the case. And be very clear that we're not seeing something on the surface, but underneath is actually something else, not missing the target, so that the instruments can actually address the problem. So that's where I think the work needs to be done.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Mobi, looking from what we have just said, and why I asked that question was, if the Labour Force Statistics is showing us that majority of Nigerians are informal workers, that means that there is no enabling environment for perhaps for businesses, for us to have big businesses that are formalized businesses that would employ skilled workers. That means that we run a very huge risk. Now, as an economic consultant, what kind of investment strategies or even investment decisions should we begin to take? Or perhaps when you talk to your clients and all of that, do you tell them regarding come to Nigeria and invest your money, or come and do this, open this business? We are a destination for business. Yet, the Labour Force Statistics is telling us something else. Yes.
Well, thank you once again. I think we should try as much as possible to dispel this notion that businesses would migrate from nano to micro, from micro to medium, and from medium to large based on policy or fiat. It doesn't work that way. Over the years, we have tried everything to move these businesses from the informal to the formal, from small to medium, from medium to large. it doesn't work. Businesses are the size and the composition they are based on the entrepreneurs. If, as a businessman, I am comfortable with my small business, no amount of government policy would make me want to open up branches around the country. In the UK, in the US, in Asia, and other parts of the world, family businesses have been in existence, same family business for the past 100 years. And they have not grown beyond being a family business. And so, there's nothing we can do. We are just going to be throwing money down the drain or throwing resources out the window, trying to migrate them from where they are to where they want to be. Those that want to grow know what they have to do and will grow. See, we come up with these assumptions that to start a business, you have to be nano. Then we take the next step. No. You can start a business and be, a conglomerate. And we have seen that in Nigeria. And so, what we should focus on, in my own opinion, is what are those merits of being a small business? What can small businesses contribute to the economy? What are those services or sundry services that they can provide the big businesses, the medium-sized businesses?
Sorry, Dr. Amobi, sorry. I need to put this in. Can those small businesses that are informal pay their employees to have decent work? That's why I asked that question. Because if we have about 30, yes, pay their employees, they have staff now. And the staff, they are not having living wage. That is why I asked that question.
No. See, that's the thing.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. There are informal businesses in Nigeria today that have, more assets or even whose turnover is higher than the formal, some formal businesses. So see, it's that same assumption, that same mindset that we have that if you're informal, you are illegal, you are small, you're doing the wrong thing, you don't have the opportunities.
Okay, it's just, I don't know how to agree to this report. Because I need us to finish this so that we go to the question and answer. I understand what you're saying, Doctor. But I'm saying what percentage, what ratio of that? Because if you're saying informal economy, the trader is under, the vulcanizer is under, his apprentice is under him that is paying him like 5,000 naira a month or is giving him 500 naira a day. I don't know if you understand the linkage and the coordination. I agree with you. If I like, I can expand. If I don't like, I cannot expand. It depends. You've given that example. But the risk we are running in the country, because we're also talking about we're talking of economic growth, and how many big businesses like the Dangotes do we have? That's why.
Sure.
Are you all with me? Or am I talking from my head? Or am I imagining something else? Yes, okay.
I understand the point. I don't know where you're trying to. Now, for me, I'll start by trying to answer why some of these businesses have not worked, why these interventions have not worked. We talk about giving money to businesses. We just give them money without it being tied to a condition. If we have conditional support tied to certain milestones, sorry? Any conditions. So because of that, these small businesses see it as free money. They've called us again, they line up, they collect their own, and they go home. Trader money. And they keep doing that. And we've had variations of these programs over the years. Then, on the other issue of these small micro nano businesses, the truth of the matter is that many of these micro nano businesses are not profitable. That is the reason why a lot of them cannot scale up. You have a single family business, you have a father, mother, children working in that business, cousins, uncles who are not paid. And once they scale up, that problem that they're not paying a salary to some of their workers comes into being. It becomes apparent because your child can work for food. Your cousin from the village you brought will sleep on the floor there and work for food. So these are employees giving you 12 to 18-hour work days at a PTS for just room and board. And at the end of the day, you calculate that you say you have a profit because you are not taking into account all your costs. And the minute you ask them to scale up with those cost profiles, they try to scale up, they crash. So a lot of them are not profitable. That's the reality. The ones that are profitable over time will evolve. It's the same thing abroad in the UK, US, everywhere. Most of these family businesses, they have their children coming to work in these places when they finish from school. They stay there with their parents till they close. They are doing, if it's a restaurant, they are serving food, they are working in the kitchen. If it's a shop, they are attending to customers. While they are that age, their parent does not have to hire somebody else. The parents can go out and run an errand or do something they want to do and come back. So these are inherent problems with these businesses. Now, for me, a way around some of these things will work on the fact that we need to provide education on how to manage business to these small businesses. We don't have to do it in formal institutions or have it go the standard debit, but broken down to simple things they can understand, simple ideas, simple concepts, so that they can price themselves up and package themselves up. These are some of the fundamental issues. That's what I have to comment on.
Thank you. Okay, so you have the last word. I see you wrote some things down. So what are the things you wrote down? So that we go to the audience.
Some of the things I wrote down were related to have actually spoken about them. So that's just it.
Okay, so I think we'll
just one more thing. Now, this conditional cash transfers have been tried in other countries and have worked. In Brazil, it's a very good case. But where even getting students to go to school, they were conditional. As long as these things are not conditional, we will not see any progress. There has to be a condition. There are no free meals. The minute we know that there's a price to pay, and if you don't meet up that price, there's a consequence for your action. Then people will be more interested, and those who do not meet up these conditions will step down, and you will be able to have a system to filter and find those who are serious to come up, and those who are not serious are left behind. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mount, very quickly.
I just want to say that to add to what the speaker said, that all these things, they are not actually working in Nigeria. It's not because the policies themselves are not good. It's because we have an endemic system and a failed institution. Because where institution was, some institutions are supposed to, the issue of intervention funds, and it's not, they're not giving, some of these things, they're not giving it to individuals. They ask them to come in form of cooperatives. And with that, with everything put in place that work in other countries, it fails in Nigeria. So you begin to wonder, why are these things failing? Because at the end they will say, okay, policies of ourselves, policies is failing, this is failing, but we also need to move inward. And we are the ones that are going to change things by ourselves. No international organization, no agency will change things for us. We need to have a change of mindset that this issue will work in our country as we allow institutions to work. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think what you just said, failure of institutions, and what I can also hear from what you said is no consequences for bad behavior, as it were. And if there are no consequences for bad behavior in the country, everybody will be doing same old, and that also comes back to institution, as it were, and even the government, so which also comes back to all of you. At least those of you in government. So if you are fighting one hand, you are waiting for I come back. If there's a policy failure, that means our policy makers need to go back and reformulate or readjust. Doctor, I'm not coming back here. I need to go to the audience because this is full. I see that everybody's enjoying the conversation, but I'm not thinking we'll leave here. But I think let's get to the audience. Doctor, I can't come back here. Let's get to the audience. Please, your questions very quickly. Number 1. Number 2, okay, let me get it again. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. No lady in this. Number 5. No lady? Okay, I'm representing us now since. Okay. And please, let's make it very quick. We're past lunchtime.
My name is Olowookere from National Bureau of Statistics, but I'm going to speak as a Nigerian, not as staff. Yes. lot of things that talk about skills and skills and skills and skills. And especially for the artisans. Growing up as a young Nigerian, some of us went to secondary schools, some of us went to trade schools. And if you're going to secondary school, you are doing a WAEC. Trade schools, you are doing city and guilds. City and guilds was certifying then carpentry, welding, and some of all those other artisanal jobs. Then you were certified. And Nigeria, we lost that. More or less, we stopped it. Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic, they're still doing it. That's the reason why we are looking for masons from Ghana. And if you're a mason, you can survive. A plumber in the UK can even earn more than somebody that's working in an office. Why? Because labor is expensive in the UK. The time you take to paint a house in Nigeria, what's the price of labor in Nigeria for the same kind of responsibility? The mechanic you are looking for to fix your car, as I said earlier, trial and error. But mechanics, these cars are now so computerized that you need to be educated to be able to fix them. Yeah, but because you're not educated enough, but they're not educated enough, every car comes with manuals. They have mechanic manuals, soft. You see these. Now online, you can go online, you have all those things available. You have tools that you can measure the efficiencies of whatever it is in the car. OBCD plugins that you can use to find out what the fault is in the car. Oh, but if you're not educated to understand those things, how can you use those tools? So education, everything we're talking about today, goes back to education. The Labour Force Statistics, how is it distributed in universities? Education. How do we work? The skills we're talking about? Education. So that means education is something we need to look at critically in Nigeria to address some of the weaknesses that we have. Dangote was looking for people to work in his refinery. What did he do? Yes, you have to get laborers from India. But these are basic jobs. We have on Nigeria, if you go to the marine industry, blue economy, how many welders do we have that can do undersea welding that is required in the industry? We have to go and hire laborers from Korea or somewhere else to do it for us. Those are the things that we should talk about. You mustn't be a university graduate to work in these places, but those skills that we need that are quite high-level skills, we can train people in our educational system does that. Thank you very much.
So that's a comment. Anyway, I don't know, do we still take that exam? Is it NAPTEP? NAPTEP, there used to be an exam one time called NAPTEP.
Yes, NAPTEP is still there.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chief Nancy, for the wonderful job and the discussant as well. Thank you for your contribution. My question goes to the director at NDE. So the question I have is concerning the program, the different intervention schemes that you have. Because this, I think Chief Nancy mentioned something concerning the transition. So this big set of people we are talking of, I think we are talking about the job informality, not unemployment, because I overheard you mentioning high rate of unemployment. I think the major focus is the job informality, the informal employment. But and your office, your organization, create that platform that okay, people will be registered, they can key into different skills in order to be trained, in order to have a kind of a skill that will make them to be engaged one way or the other. My question is that, how are you dealing with the issue of taking a kind of skill at NDE as a participant? After trying that as a trial and error mechanism, I still overheard that ITF, Industrial Training Fund, have a kind of intervention program from unemployed youth. I still went there and picked a form without having any linkage or track mechanism or a monitoring check that okay, this person have received a particular training a year before. How has he performed in that before he take up another skill in another government institution? Because everything, just like one of the discussants said, there is no free meal. Everything is based on the budget. Government has already catered for that kind of a person to take that skill acquisition at your own organization, but the person still moves to another organization to go and make.
Okay.
How are we going to marry that in order to just sieve out those that will be taking opportunities that are out there for others?
So you're talking about policy coordination, in this case now ITF and NDA.
Exactly, and synergy among the organizations.
Okay. Number 3, I think number 3 was here. No, that's number 3. Number 4.
Thank you very much, everybody. Still Dr. Eke, Economics Department, University of Abuja. My question emanates from our representative from NDE, but I will direct it to the SG MBS. There is a raging conversation in the University of Abuja because of the Arosanyin report.
Okay.
Just like when World Bank releases stats, it's taken as a final authority. WHO, final authority, everybody quotes them. But when you quote WHO in a health paper, wow, good. The government is not the largest employer in labor. You see, there's something about statistics and subliminal messages. That's the problem we're having. Government is not. You can face the maths, but it's only the NBC that can help us. Once they come out with this, the conversation, the raging conversation will end. For instance, as of last year, FG has 1.5 million, just FG in the federal government. State government, Lagos is the largest in terms of GDP, over 100,000. But in the least in terms of GDP, just a little over 9,000. Across the 37 states, that's plus FCT, we boast of about at least 3.6. You can see just on state government alone, so just on government alone, state government employ more than federal government. Now combined plus the part-time and full-time, quoting NBC, check, just a little bit over 59 million. Can you see that the government is not by, if you check that stat, check that number, just about 0.06%. But when you push this agenda that government is the highest employer, you shut down the creative capacity of private sector. And when the government says they want to, in fact, the Arosanyin report that they want to implement, it's just a fraction, not all. There's palpitation in the industry already. There's palpitation across the sectors because of this messaging. So the truth is, government is, just look at the reports, just to table research, government is not the highest employer of labor. In fact, government is not by any means comparable to even the private sector or other non-state actors. So my question, sir, please, sir, I'm just asking the SG, sir, please, sir, if they can look into this and come out with a statement to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for raising that. Because when it was said here, I was also thinking about that. Is it that the government is the largest employer of labor or single largest employer of labor? But it's also meant to be debated. Because MSMEs in the country contribute, I think, about 84% to employment and 96% of jobs. So how do you begin to look at that? But I know our professors in the house, Sha. Number 4. And I hope we've taken it so that we can answer this question here.
Okay, my name is James Emmanuel from the International Center for Investigative Reporting. My question is directed to the NBS. Based on the survey they did on the Nigerian Labour Force, is there a way we can quote the figure for the number of people that are unemployed or underemployed? Because given the percentage of, we say that, for instance, we say 5% of people, of Nigerians are in the working class are unemployed. It's not everybody that can interpret that. The media will go about to write a report on that, but to a layman, how does that translate to the number of people that are unemployed? That is just my question. Can we quote, based on the survey, can we quote the number of people that are unemployed?
Okay. Is that all? I think there's one more. Is that all? Okay.
Thank you very much. And I think everybody has spoken well. And I just have two things to do, one comment, and the second one is like one question to NDE directly. The first one is about the methodology used by the MBS. It's not new. For many of us that have been using the data of unemployment, ILO has been computing unemployment data for Nigeria since 1991, and that unemployment data is now up to 6%. So I think ILO just, what they did just to domesticate what but apart from that, World Bank used to do something. And apart from reporting ILO, which they have in their World Development Indicator database, they also report unemployment reported by the country. Because, and the reason is that fundamentals of economy is quite different across the world. And even if you want to place yourself in a global perspective, you must factor in the structure of your economy, which show the characteristics of your employment, the future of your employment, and many other factors that you can put in. So how we are, as the people have employed the NBS, there's also to continue with the old one, so that we can have a kind of, they should follow the footsteps of World Bank. Let me put that way. The second one, and the second one is a question, also based on the comment and observation. The category of unemployed people, apart from the discouraged worker, they call them NEET, not in employment, not in education, not in training. ILO used to document data on that. South Africa have database on NEET. They also have database on discouraged worker. But I don't think NBS has data on discouraged worker and NBS. For the ND, this kind of people that fall into that category, how can we rescue them and bring them on board to employment? Those who are not in education, they are not educated, they are not in any training, they are not in school. And if you walk Abuja, you walk through Abuja here, you will see them plenty. So plenty. So how do you bring these people on board? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we should go to online questions. Let's see if we can take one or two. Anonymous attendee. Let me start from the bottom. Anonymous. Okay, this is anonymous. Okay, no. So this is.
It's reading mark.
Oh, okay. Okay, oh, we can't see the slide. The slide. That's it. Okay. So, no questions online for this session. So, Eddie, please fire. Fire your answers.
All right, let me start from the last speaker. You're talking, you spoke about those who are not in training, they are not in school, they are not employed. If you recall how I introduced what we do, I said we deal with the unskilled and the unemployed. And within the category or the bracket of the unskilled, you have people who do not even have any form of education. I also said to you that we have what we call National Open Apprenticeship Scheme that we have in two parts. B knowers and A knowers. The B is for basic and the A is for advanced. You find people who can't even write their names. You now see where the master craftsmen and women in the informal sector were of great assistance to the NDE. You go around Apo Mechanic Village, you go around places in Abuja, you find mechanics, you find those who will attempt to fix your car. They don't speak English, they don't have education, but they are doing something and they are earning. A good number of them have passed through our skills acquisition training schemes. So we have even school dropouts, the vulnerable. Truth is that we are open to attend to everybody. There are three things that will qualify you. Are you a Nigerian? Are you unskilled? Are you unemployed? You can come. Education has nothing to do with it. You go to the hinterlands. We have instructors who deliver instructions in the local languages. I would like you to know that we have what we call School on Wheels. School on Wheels started in 1987. It is still relevant till today. I told you we have skill centers scattered across Nigeria, but they are not enough. Now, School on Wheels complements that. And what is School on Wheels? It is a mobile training workshop. We move it from Chief Nancy's village, where they probably, not my words, probably, there's no light there. So we take the caravan there. Probably, that's what I said. So maybe there's no light there. We take School on Wheels there. I run the training for like 6 months. When we are done, we move it to Prof's village. And we do the same thing. Okay, I agree. So what are we doing? We are ensuring that all classes of the unskilled and the unemployed, are taken care of. So we are open to everybody. Then there's another question that borders on interagency synergy. You remember I said it severally. You mentioned ITF, you mentioned NAE. Let me tell you what I know. No one individual can come into more than one training of ours. You know why? Most of the trainings we do come with a little stipends that we extend to the trainees. And of course, you know now, with the payment system in government, we don't take responsibility for paying. It is the federal government that pays. And they pay to the bank accounts of the trainees. And of course, their BVN is there. So if you like, you can change the name, John Yeri, and you come in and take training in the basic National Open Apprenticeship Scheme. Unless we are migrating you to the advanced level. If you go back, maybe you leave Imo State, where I come from, and you run to Abia, and you now say you are John Yeri, they will pay you now. That BVN will catch you. So that's where we will, we won't feel bad that we have trained you twice, but we won't lose money doing that, because we will support you as you are undergoing training. That is what we do in the ND that I know about and I can authoritatively speak to you about. I am incompetent to speak concerning ITF, but like I said, there's the need for interagency synergy. I don't know if I have any other, I don't think I have any other question to address. The egghead from University of Abuja favored me and decided to transfer that vote into the Statistician General. I will tell you why he did it. I am his student, but not in his department. Thank you very much.
I think the question for ND and ITF is also a bit strategic, because I think the two, your mandates are a bit different, if I'm not mistaken. Because I think on skill, ITF, should they do the CWS? So whether it's skill, yes, and all that. So a bit of, anyway, all right. The question on interpretation of the data, putting of the data, that has to be like SG that would answer it. Do we have any other, do you want to make any other comment concerning any of the questions before we go to SG? Are we good here? We're good? Okay, so I think we should go now to the NBS, because We have the question on state reports, interpretation of the data, the media person also mentioned. Can you quote the data beyond, is it the headline and all of that? I think you can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everybody for time well spent today. It has been a very productive time here. I will just run through all my comments. The first one here is government is the largest employer of formal and wage labor. That's when we say largest employer of labor is wage labor. When you look at federal government, state government, local government, and you are looking at formal and wage employment, that is where we talk about it. From the result of the labor force that we are seeing today, self-employment as the largest. And you can see the percentage of those that are wage employment very low. So when it comes to general employment in the country, government is far from being the largest employer. The actual number from the percentages that we are given, can we give the actual number? The actual number can come when we have the annual report, which you said is coming very soon. And also it depends on, for you to give number to percentages, then you need to have the actual population figure. And we know this situation now, we don't have the actual census figure in the country. But we can have, the best we can do is to use a projected figure, which may also be subject to controversy again. So we have to be careful. We look at that, if it's possible, it's something that will not put us into Nancy asking me to come and explain again. Some are just comments that I picked from the discussion. When Nancy was introducing Dr. Olowookere, I think you are advertising the Nigerian figures for him, and you are even asking him why he didn't come with copies. And then it came to my head that I also acquired copies and I paid. And when I look into the document, 80% of the data are from MBS. I'm paying for my data. So when people are saying that we should also find a way of making our data to give us money, I think yes. Exactly, and it's making money from it. Need to have old and the new data side by side. We look into that and see how we can make it available to the public. Researchers need to test the robustness of our data and also look at the methodology. In all our reports, usually the first aspect of it is the methodology that is adopted. But for the labor force, since we started this new methodology, we always have the micro data. So when we release the result, we also publish the micro data. That's the raw data but anonymized for anybody that wants to go into further research. And then we're also going to make available the metadata. I also describe how the data look like. So that will be available for use. Okay, I think the other comment is Prof. that asks 47 slide and then now say it doesn't want to waste our time. I think most question that comes to MD is how we work with collaboration with other agencies. And I want to say that I give kudos to the DG ND. He was in my office on Friday, last week Friday. Dr. Abiola Arosanyin, he came to my office to discuss the issue of collaboration, what we can do together. And he spent like 1 hour. All these things that you are saying here, he explained everything to me. And I've also promised him that I will come to his office so that we can see how we can work. So, generally in MBS, about 70% of the data that we produce are in collaboration with other agencies. We don't usually work alone, like Liverpool. So, NISA, the relationship between MBS and NISA, our own output, the data that we produce, is raw material for their own research. So it's when the data is not robust enough for the research that they are doing that they also add additional data collected. But they make use of our data as input into their own research. That's how we relate together. EMMA, there is need for collaboration for robust methodology to look at methodology that we adopted and also to ensure quality of the data. I think this is accepted by us, as I said. We welcome that. Yeah, as I said, 70% of our data we do it in collaboration. So we look forward to a situation where we'll be looking at our methodology together, looking at when we are collecting data, how do we ensure that quality is here. Sometimes we engage independent monitors and then can be of active that we can work things together in that. The other one is, we talk about Togolese and Beninese being the one doing our POP and Thailand and all that. I think the NDE has taken the note that they are all also providing adequate capacity for citizens to be able to do that. There is need to examine the issue of GABA. We feel like it's only the good hands, the knowledgeable ones that are doing that. But if you examine it properly, you see that even those that are not skilled, that are not good brains, are also renting out. I think there was a time, it's in that project company that was complaining because all the tanker drivers were being hired abroad. And once there is any issue with any driver, they just abandon it and travel abroad. So even those that are not doctors, lawyers, are also Japan. Artisan or vocational areas, but also in terms of creative industry, digital industry, and I think NDA is also trying to do something to address that. Inter employment figure. When you are asking a doctor to give an example of a situation that relates to Nigeria, and they mentioned India and China, the unemployment rate for India, as big as the country is in terms of population, it moves from 6% to 7% in February, and they are complaining that the figure is too high. So having large population does not mean unemployment must follow the trend of the population. And that is what we are seeing in this result. As big as India is, over 1 billion, the unemployment rate is between 6.5 to 7% as we speak. Then we also talk about KPIs for MDAs, looking at how MDAs, government or agencies should work together, collaborate together. I want to say that the senior special assistant to the President on Policy Coordination. He's doing wonderfully well in this area. As the ND Director said, there are KPIs set for ministers to deliver. And they have given them this KPI based on data. What to showcase the achievement of those KPIs is through data. So, the MDAs are coming to MDS to look for data. Where the data is not available, they are talking to us, how do we help them to get this data out. At the same time, the CDU, Central Delivery Unit under the Office of SDM, where Adisa is, they are also talking to us that look, the MDAs can be coming with any data that, oh, we have performed very well. There should be an independent way to be able to verify and validate this data. So, in two ways, we are working to MDAs, we are working with CTU as well, and that is the kind of networking and collaboration that we are talking about. It's already taking place. Then we have also with the Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, as I said, that we had a dialogue together where we are talking about how do we exchange data among the government agencies. How do we integrate this data available within different silos of in government offices and put it together like Dr. Olowookere can now have a very robust data that they can analyze to come up with good policy and recommendation for government. So there is effort in that direction as well. I can see a need for us to have informal sector survey, stand-alone informal sector survey with the what NISA said and other member of the panelists. So we look forward to that. We made attempt sometimes about 2 years ago, but it has not worked out. So we still need to look into that so that we most of these supplementary data or detailed information about the informal sector. Now that the labor force is revealing that most of the employment are in this sector, then we need to deep dive and do more research into that sector. Nancy is worried about nano and micro enterprises not being able to survive. They said they stay nano, they live nano, grow nano, and die nano. But there is a study that we did together with Lagos Business School and York University. We call it Small Firm Diary, where we had these small nano and micro enterprises, and we studied them for a period of 12 months to understudy all the issues that we are raising now. And we have a very robust report from that study. So probably we can share with people, it will provide insight into this. It's just in about 6 states, but the result is very, very intense. So we can. It's there. Yeah, so it's very robust. If you see it, you can see some of the things that we are discussing. Yeah, because we ask them, sometimes we ask why they deliberately say they don't want to expand. Some of them. They say they don't want to expand. It's not about providing environment, providing fund and all that. They just want to be like this. Reason, why do you want to stay like this? They say they don't want to take risks. Because those that we selected are those that have operated for not less than 12 months, 1 year, continuously. So they already stabilized. And they say, don't take me to another level where I will not be able to survive. Let me remain like this and continue. Some of them say they don't want to take the risk of expanding. Others said, if I expand now, then they will start coming for tax. I'm not ready for multiple taxes and all that. And some of them said, look, my capacity does not carry big enterprise. Let me remain like this. So there are so many very useful points that we can get from that exercise. I think I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we've had another wonderful session, isn't it? Please, a round of applause for all of us. We were supposed to have closed like an hour ago or 1 hour, 30 minutes ago, but I know we lost 30 minutes at the beginning and we lost about 45 minutes for tea break and all of that, so all that. But thank you very much, CC. It's been a pleasure doing this. You don't know how much knowledge I've gained talking to professors and doctors on the panel. Thank you very much to our panelists. Please, a round of applause for them. This second one. And to our presenters. Dr. Olowookere collected money from SG to so we are studying their new ones again. We'll go and collate. But it's been so nice doing this. And thank you very much again, CC. Thank you, Dr. Chuka. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Please one more time, a round of applause for our excellent panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. Wow, time really goes by when you're having fun. We should have closed by now, but we're rounding up. I just really want to appreciate everybody for their audience. Till now, we were still as active as we were in the first session, and we don't usually see that. So thank you very much. We're just going to swing into the closing remarks, and we're going to have our Director of Research, Dr. Adedeji Adeniran, briefly for 5 minutes give us closing remarks. Just a round of applause for our Director of Research.
Yeah, I think we need to appreciate Prince Samuel Adeniran for what you've done for us today. You've stayed around and you've contributed a lot to this competition. Please let's give him a round of applause. So I think the day started with a lot of, I don't want to call it confusion, but everybody look at I think the gravity divining kind of, how you jump from 33 to 5%, and everybody, that has been the conversation. But I think after this deliberation, I think everybody come with the realization, and I could see everybody saying, "Oh, we agree." Oh, so we can really see the reason, the rationale why we need to do this. And I think that's why dialogue is very important. Without this dialogue, I think we have been able to resolve a lot of confusion. And at the end of the day, I think the conversation and the direction and the way forward, it's so clear to me in terms of what the next steps to look like. And I think the next steps, everybody in this room has a role to play. I think starting from MBS, a lot of people have talked about the need for more conversation. Because without this, I think we would not have benefited from what we are doing today. And I think we should have this more and more around major statistics, such that public are better informed, academia are better informed, and everyone can actually make use of. The purpose of data is to actually influence policy. But when it actually creates confusion, it's not the right step. So we can actually use dialogue and conversation to resolve that. So I think people have actually made that clear in our conversation. In terms of also things that they've actually set on the table for MBS, it's around the need to actually measure concretely decent jobs in Nigeria. Now we know that the problem is around creating decent jobs. So what is this decent job? How do we define it? And how do policymakers continue to really dwell on it in terms of policy priorities? Because, for example, if we want to say, okay, let's set a benchmark for decent jobs. So what is the number and how should we be tracking it? So those are things that people have also laid on our table to really track going forward. So also, I think the academia in the rooms, I believe there's been a lot that have been said in terms of the fact that data is good, but it is the intelligence we draw from this data that makes sense. And the need for us to actually look at this data, analyze it, make intelligence and information out of this that can be useful for policymakers. We need to interrogate, we need to test the robustness of this data, but more, we need more collaboration with statistical agencies. Partnership is crucial, and with that, we can actually be part of the solution rather than identifying the problem. We can also provide solutions to the problem. So that's actually a take-home for many academics, researchers in the room. But I think the biggest kind of what we've resolved today, it's on the table of the policymakers. And it's around the fact that NBS has not resolved your responsibility in terms of the problem in the Nigerian labour market. What it really simply does is tell the problem where the problem lies. The problem lies in informality, the problem lies in creating decent jobs. And that it's what this has shown is that going forward, it's not about, oh, we have reduced unemployment. It's more about, this is where the priority for me as a policymaker. There are many people that are doing something in my constituency, but to what extent does this constitute or add to productivity? That's the question for the policymaker. And I think if everybody in this room take this point, I think we could start, like they used to say, small steps for a man, giant step for Nigeria in this case. So we, as a country, we can begin to make changes in every area. Like we said, creating decent jobs and addressing the problem of unemployment in Nigeria is an existential threat to us. We have seen that in the crisis we have seen in youth restlessness and whatever. Without really resolving the problem of unemployment in Nigeria, maybe the problem will consume Nigeria. So for that reason, I think we have started the conversation around the data in terms of where the problem lies. And I think the next step is using that data to make informed decisions that can change a lot of things. So I want to thank everyone. I think what I should have done is actually name everyone's name, but I can't do that. All I will just say is thank you to MBS for making this possible. Thank you to CC for making it possible. And thank you to everyone that actually taken their time from 9 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock. I think if this has not been really useful, we would not have all of you staying to this moment. So I want to thank you for the what you've contributed to enriching this conversation. What I would say is Center for Study of Economies of Africa, we are a policy think tank, and what we really drive towards is this kind of conversation and how we can use it to engineer and really influence in terms of very tangible policy-making process in that conversation. We've done that today, but let you know that this is what we do regularly. On Thursday, again, we will be hosting a different set of stakeholders on another conversation around procurement system in Nigeria. So these are conversations we want to continue to have with all of you. So we want you to see us as a key partner in whatever areas you do. And going forward, we want to partner with you in many areas. So thank you so much, and let me say that very soon we want to see you again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adedeji, for helping us put a cap to how amazing today has been. Small steps for a man, giant steps for Nigeria. I will take that home. Hausas will say Nagode, Igbos will say Dalu, and Yorubas will say Eshe. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being the best audience that we have seen in a while, because we could have been talking and doing all of this, but your engagement made today even more colorful. It's been an honor and it's been a pleasure having you join us today, and we cannot wait to see you again. Please do stay in touch. At the end of the event, there'll be a barcode. Please scan it so you can keep yourself abreast with all the work we do in CC, and also feel free to visit the MBS website.